by chance, is this what was on the,
That's the concept.
as a concept? But there's a PowerPoint.
The PowerPoints.
Okay.
The promise is to get busier.
Yeah, I just, our leftover pumpkins from Halloween just got delivered to a piggy, a pet, one of my friends from high school has a pet piggy, so she's picks up all the pumpkins. I mean, what are we gonna do with the pumpkin? Throw it away.
Deer like Mount West.
Yeah.
I can't remember the name of the park, but there's one on Maze Road, I think there, where they go chuck them out in the park. Every time we're there, deer's out there eating.
Yeah, that is delightful.
Hello. It's that guys.
How are you?
Good, how are you doing?
I am
I spell that correctly?
here. Yes, you did.
Awesome.
Thank you.
Hello.
Well, CT Jack, it's, I got an email. He did it also.
Yeah, I live in Chicago.
So I got it from her, but I haven't seen Brandon Johnson send it out or Maddie, so I just forwarded it to you.
Okay.
Hoping you could send it to everybody.
Okay, with product. What you think? Yeah. Brandon sent it out.
Oh, did he? Okay, maybe he just didn't send it.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, all right, cool, thanks.
No problem. It popped, cause it popped up our whole thread.
Oh, okay, all right, I got it.
No problem.
I don't know how good you're gonna be able to see that. I sent it to you about an hour. So you should have a copy of the PDF and you know.
Okay. Well, I can't even print anything that size there, so take a look at it.
Let's say the PDF you should be able to zoom in and out of. So you can see it.
Well, I can zoom in and out of it from here.
Okay.
I've lived on that corner for 30 some years. What are the dimensions on parallel parking spots?
Here.
Yeah.
So the parallel with the rolling.
I'm sorry, I said parallel, I meant the
And it's 18 by 9.
9 feet wide, 18 feet long.
Yes. Yes. That's for the, no, no, really. It was like we're playing a game. That is a decent shot.
Yeah.
You can't play that.
They look like.
Yeah.
We're kind of like. Oh, we're missing a chair.
I said, say my wife and I.
Support additional work.
Very important.
Thank you so much. But maybe. Blah, 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 blah. I don't know about this. Wonder. Because I knew he knew we were talking about it. Or- Well, no. No, we-
Mm.
He really-
Right.
And his downtown office, Ryan G, loading guy, his office is down there. That one that does all the podcasts and people. One of the fight for risk.
That's a problem. Because they were up here. They just put everything up, we should do it.
For this.
Yeah.
I know. Feeling good. Did you see everyone? I missed it. How's your hammy? It's good. I'm ready to go back. Oh my God. Don't quit. I love it.
I divorced from the game. Free suspenders out there. Some of the ancient. Right, I know, I disappointed myself too. Like we like that and yeah. I looked at it briefly. And I was like, yeah, should you go online? And I said, no. I've met Andy here in person. Yeah, I've been gone from these groups for quite a while. I was dealing with health things and then, but now I'm swimming back to some of the things that I'm doing and I have that thought too. Like, well, I haven't even been attending, so I need to be a person.
I'll do for you.
Do I?
Kind of way, let's sign it.
So I signed in.
Yeah. Yeah, that's actually, that's another thing, everything is right, you know.
I'm so sorry.
It's good.
Man,
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then when I wasn't no kidding. I don't know. How that one had. Just it was.
Yeah.
11. You just kind of brought it down. Oh, really? Okay. One more thing.
Okay.
I don't know, I'm right.
Well, why did you cancel?
Yeah, first story being the night as well.
Oh,
Yeah, I didn't know really. Okay, I got it. You are one. I just got back.
Yes.
Just one of these.
No.
Or let you have
Okay, well, it's.
You hide their rappers.
Right.
They never
Yeah,
exist.
yeah.
Didn't exist. Are you scared really loud? Have we had this conversation? Like, oh my gosh. I mean, I'm normally short.
I hope this is bad, but I'm spinning.
Very casual. Here. Hey, did you hear yet? That was an announcement. Oh, not morning.
Thought I was graduating.
We're gonna miss you so
He
bad.
gave up, I mean, he was like, you didn't send in your half and gown measurement, but that's in 2 years, and he was like,
Usually that has good notebooks, so I try to put them all. You don't have to.
You have a little bit of downtime.
I literally.
Oh, we go. That's the best candy the girls brought home.
Usually it's not.
Yeah, candy corn.
Oh, yeah, right.
No candy corn at all.
I know now of 2 houses that do full-size candy.
Oh. 2 liter.
Oh my gosh, that's, oh,
There's no way.
carrying them around. I always feel bad for the postal service when they do that. Empty drive.
Yeah.
No.
All right, we'll call this meeting to order. It is 6:07 PM. Has every member of the DAD had an opportunity to read the agenda? And if so, we'll accept the motion for approval.
So moved.
Motion has been made. Is there a second?
second.
Motion has been seconded. All in favor, please say aye or positive sign online.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Motion passes unanimously. Has everyone had an opportunity to review the minutes of the October 6th meeting? And if so, we'll accept the motion for approval. Or not?
Second.
Motion has been made, and seconded. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Motion passes. We will jump into the agenda.
Real quick, Brandon, sorry to interrupt. Where's the live stream at?
It should be in Facebook. It kept saying there's a, with the Wi-Fi.
Oh.
I'll double check.
Just need local government to invest in Wi-Fi. All right, we will jump into our staff reports, starting with Wichita Fire. Are they online?
It's not long.
All right, we'll jump to item 2, Wichita Police.
Hello, everyone. Hope everybody had a safe Halloween. We did. So I'll jump right into your crime stats for the past 30 days. Auto thefts, 49, that's down from 59 last month. That's a 17% decrease. Robberies, commercial versus person is 0 and 7. 7 is up 2 from 5 last 30 days. Burglaries, residential and non-residential, is 19 residents and 38 non-residents. The 19 is down from 21 last month, so burglaries are down. But non-residential burglaries are up a little bit from last month. The larcenies were down 17%. We're at 88 from 109. But our larceny to auto stayed about the same. Those didn't adjust. Expect that to go up some though, with us getting into the seasons of shopping. Aggravated assaults, 40. They're still trending downward by 9%. And arrests total made, part 1 arrests are 65. That's up from 55 last month. The other concerns and traffic stuff going on. There's a dumping complaint along 14th that's being monitored. For some reason, they picked that location to keep dumping. MABCD is aware of it and handling it. The abandoned vehicles throughout the neighborhood are getting stickered. We just don't have the time to go through and check all the vehicles anymore. So as a neighborhood or as a individual in your neighborhood, call the station, email your complaint in with vehicles that have been abandoned. The obvious ones we can probably find, but it's the ones that sit there that we don't know because they look like they're fine, but they don't move. As always, school's in session, so watch your crosswalks and children walking to school and from school in the mornings and afternoons. They make multiple stops. As we enter the holiday season, Black Friday and Christmas is coming. The reminder goes out to take all your valuables inside with you. Some of you like to keep your gifts in your car and your trunk and your back seat so that your kids don't find them. But thieves know that, so they're going to be checking cars looking for those. They will break windows for those things. So it's better just to take those in and find a different place to hide them. Also, while you're out shopping, don't keep your stuff visible and unattended while you're going into different shops and so forth. Cover it with a blanket, do something along those lines. Don't make it easy for them. And then be aware of any scams out there that's collecting money for charities. Those will start going up too, more than they already are, because thefts always go up this time of year. For our community engagement for the month, we attended Career Day at the Anor Islamic School last week, where we had middle school and high school kids come around and talk to us about what they want to do and see our booth. We assisted with the traffic control at College Hill. It made it a very successful event. We had a crime-free event, so there's no problems out there with the amount of people that were out there. And then we attended the Booze, Badges, and Bats event at Sedgwick County Zoo. That's partnership with League 42, who we partnership really well with. It allowed the kids to come out and see the wild lights and get candy from us and walk around with us. Recruit class update. There's 40 currently in this current recruit class going through now. And then we have 25 already pre-hired for the next class. So it's looking good for the next class as well. And then the winter shelter is now open. The update I got not too long ago was that we have 0 beds open currently for men and 25 beds for females, but that's all ever changing. So, but the shelter is now open. Does anybody have any questions for me?
Any questions from Deb?
I have a question, Officer Stark.
Yes, ma'am.
The charities, when we see them out and we know they're scams, what's the process for like that for a citizen, like just
Are you talking about, I mean, obviously.
like to report that if there's a
Yeah.
charity scam
Yes,
going on? or not?
our fraud department down at City Hall handles all the complaints for that. So if you catch one, I mean, they're usually pretty up to date on what's going through, but if you get one, you can call the fraud, fraud and larcenies and all that, the property crime side of things. I'll give you the front desk, and then you just have to tell them you need fraud department, identity theft. It's 268-4111. That'll get you to the front desk at City Hall, and then you just tell them where you need to go. They like to know all the new ones because we don't always have all the catch all of them. So, and then if they've been a victim, they're very hard to, because usually they're across the seas or not local crimes. But they still like to know those. So all I can say is there's a lot of programs out there. LifeLock 360 is one of them that I recommend having because it keeps you protected. Even if you accidentally make a slip, it'll help protect you in the long run.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Questions from Deb? Any questions from the public? Seeing none. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Brandon. Appreciate you, sir.
All right, we'll jump to Park and Rec. Is that submitted?
I'm here.
Park
Can you hear me? Yeah,
Ah,
it's Janaea. Hi, how are you? I am the director at Edgemore Rec Center. Going to give you just a quick update of some of the things going on at Carl Brewer, Edgemore, and Lynette Woodard. Carl Brewer, as we know, is celebrating its grand opening on Saturday, December 6th. It will open at 8:30. The public is welcome. They will have some featuring remarks from some distinguished speakers and live entertainment. Following the program, guests are invited to participate in the demonstrations and guided tours, and then there will be a complimentary breakfast served in place of the regularly scheduled DAB 1 monthly breakfast. So look forward to that. Mark your calendar, December 6th. Edgemore, we're in towards the end of our fall session, middle to the end. I offer a Mahjong class. It's a game from China that's popular in the United States. It's similar to Rummy and uses tiles. We offered one fundamentals class to begin with. It filled with 12. I had a wait list of 12. I filled another class, and then I had another wait list with like 9 more and established a third class. So it's pretty popular. It should generate more than $1,000. And then we'll have to take out the instructor's cost, but the instructor's very excited about all the excitement for the class. I also offer a new class called Introduction to the Alexander Technique. The first session was full with 12. I start a new class this Wednesday. We had a free demo last week that 18 people signed up for. So yeah, I'm excited about that class to get it off the ground. And then Lynette Woodard is excited to announce that they offered a job to Ryan Littlejohn. He will assume the position of the Recreation Supervisor 2 to replace Angela Buckner. His expected start date is November 24th. So in a couple weeks, we are excited to welcome him and get him acclimated to our department. And then Lynette Woodard has a couple classes that are doing well. Walk Off the Weight, it's Wednesday nights. Had 11 participants enrolled, and there's over 90% daily attendance for the class. It will generate just over $300 in revenue. And then they have another class, the co-ed boxing on Monday nights. Had 8 enrolled, and it'll generate $160 in revenue. And then they took a gym rental for Mondays in November that is a futsal team from 5:30 to 8:30. It will generate just over $800 in revenue. Our Winter Wonderland event is coming up the night before the grand opening. So December the 5th, it's at Nafsker Park. It's a free community event that celebrates the holidays. That's all I have.
any questions from Deb?
So, I got a Mahjong kit for me and my husband for our anniversary, but I looked, you were the first place I looked, but they're only offered during the day. So are you gonna offer a Mahjong class for us workers?
Look into it. That's a good suggestion. I will talk to the instructor. Actually, I'll see her Wednesday. That's a good suggestion. She is going to reach out to some of her friends that play it to see if they're interested in maybe teaching classes. So maybe down the road, yes, we could offer a nighttime class.
Any other questions? Any questions from the public? Awesome. Thank you, Janae.
Thank you. Have a good night.
All right, up next, everyone's favorite, Parker, which is my public library.
Yes.
Thank you, Brandon. Hi, everyone. I'm Parker from the Angela branch. First, we have Kansas Reach to Preschoolers. November is Kansas Reach to Preschoolers Month. This year, our book is Little Nita's Big Idea by Anna W. Bartos. This is about embracing differences and connecting through fresh, healthy food. You can get free copies at any of our library locations or come to any of our events and story time through the month of November. For more information, go to wichitalibrary.org/pre-K. Next, we have our adult spelling bee. That's on Friday, November the 6th at 6:30 p.m. at the Advanced Learning Library. Teams of 1 to 4 will compete for prizes and single error eliminations until there's a winner. This is free for all to attend and spectators don't need to register. Only one person per team needs to register, but please list all team members as guests so that we can ensure there are enough seats. And to register, go online at wichitalibrary.org/event, or you can register in person on the 6th starting at 5:30 p.m. Next, we are going to have third place on 21st Street, Let's Weave Together at the Angelo branch. This is going to be on Friday, November the 14th from 1 to 5. This is the hat and scarf drive. We're inviting people to come and bring their materials and knit and crochet as many hats and scarves possible between 1 and 5. It's a cozy, casual program. Come and go as you please, make what you can, and any items created will be donated to local shelters. Next, on November the 15th, we will have the Rockwell Grand Reopening Celebration. That Saturday, November the 15th. We'll have opening remarks and a ribbon cutting ceremony at 9:45 a.m. and family-friendly activities running until noon, including therapy dogs, custom bookmarks with Cricut, safe riding with Bike Walk Wichita, and a concert from the Wichita Symphony Orchestra. Next, we're going to have the Parent-Child Workshop at the Advanced Learning Library. This will run Mondays at 10:30 a.m. starting on November the 17th. It will be a 5-week series running until December the 15th. These are play sessions attended by community resource specialists who can answer questions about your child's development in a barrier-free, low-stress environment. Space is limited and registration is required. Go to wichitalibrary.org/events or call 316-261-8516 to register. Next, we're going to be hosting the exhibit, Who Can Vote? A History of Voting Rights in the U.S. at the Advanced Learning Library starting on November the 18th. This is produced by the Gilder Lehrman Institute of American History, and it examines voting rights in the U.S. Constitution. Topics include voting as a constitutional right, women's suffrage, Reconstruction and Jim Crow era voting rights, the civil rights movement, and the enfranchisement of Indigenous people. And finally, our meeting room policy is going to change starting January of next year. Meeting rooms will be reservable for free for community organizations whose activities forward our strategic goal of having the library be a community hub for literacy and engagement. Reservations will no longer be available for individual, private, or commercial uses. And 2026 dates will become available for reservations starting on November 17th. For more information, visit our meeting room page at wichitalibrary.org. And I'm available for any questions.
Questions from Dad?
Yep.
Any questions from the public?
Thank you.
Good job. Thanks, Parker. All right, up next, we have City Manager's Office with a overnaming opportunity. Welcome to District 1.
Good evening, everyone. All right, so this is an overnaming request of 13th and Ash Street adjacent to St. James Missionary Baptist Church for Pastor J.P. Dennis Jr. So in October of 2025, the city received a request to honor Pastor J.P. Dennis Jr.'s contributions, service, and commitment to St. James Missionary Baptist Church and the community. So Pastor Dennis transformed the church's meaningful outreach, spiritual renewal, and discipleship efforts beyond the confines of just the building. And Pastor J.P. Dennis extended his leadership and service through activities such as he served on the board of directors for the Center of Health and Wellness. I thought this was a really interesting fact. Today, he recorded an album, The Man Who Brought His Brother to Jesus, and was inducted into the Religious Hall of Fame in Dallas. He has also received the Legacy Award from the Wichita branch of NAACP. In addition to that, he's received the National Layman's Day Award from National Baptist Convention. These are not all of his contributions to the society, to the community. He's done a lot more, but I felt that these were just the most controversial. So the scope, we're looking to overname 13th Street and Ash right across from where the St. James Missionary Baptist Church is. So it's automatically adjacent to the area that he's had the most community impact. So City Council Policy 19 honors the legacy of distinguished citizen and relates to the person being honored in some meaningful way. The Naming Advisory Committee typically reviews all proposals and boards recommendations to City Council for final determination. Once staff receives the recommendation from DAB 1, they will ask City Council to waive the City Council Policy 13 based on DAB 1. So financial considerations, it is estimated that the cost and fabricant to install will be no more than $1,000. It's actually estimated that it will really be approximately around $200, but we wanted to give a little wiggle room just in case. The city will retain responsibility for maintenance of the new street nameplates and the posts on which they are mounted in accordance with the manual on uniform traffic control devices. So the city council shall have final authority for the selection of appropriate namings upon the recommendation of the committee, but the action of overnaming is consistent with the city council policy 13. And it is recommended that DAB approve the request for overnaming of a portion of Ash and 13th Street to honor Pastor J.P. Dennis and authorize installation of 2 sign blades labeled Pastor J.P. Dennis Jr. at each end of the overnamed portion of Ash Street and 13th Street. As mentioned, once staff receives the recommendation, staff will present the request to Wichita City Council and ask that they approve the overnaming and waive City Council Policy 13 based on DAB 1's recommendation. Example language for recommendation. At its November 3rd meeting, DAB 1 received a presentation, staff on it. And at this time, I will stand for any questions, feedback on the presentation, comments, or any concerns.
Comments from Deb?
So is it renaming both Ash and 13th Street?
It is overnaming. It is.
I mean, not renaming, I meant overnaming, but both
Yes,
streets.
it will be overnaming of 13th in the Ash Street adjacent. So just where the actual street sign is. If you can go back to the scope picture, it'll be just this street right here, actually. Right to this end, it's
Oh, just Ash Street across from.
There's no questions?
Question?
I believe, yes, go ahead.
So does it change anything with the post office?
No, no, ma'am.
So
It's not a rename, it's just an overname.
It's just
So
an
an
overname.
additional sign will be placed above the actual street sign.
Has this been done in other cities?
This has, to my knowledge, I'm sure it's been done in other cities, but it's also been done in our city numerous times as well.
It's actually down the street as well.
Absolutely, absolutely. Yes, fun fact, actually, when the renaming of Lincoln and Montgomery happened, that is actually the son-in-law of Pastor J.P. Dennis Jr.
Yes.
So it's a recognition of him as well. I believe if appropriate, I believe there are some community members as well here.
Everybody but Larry.
There are community members here as well to speak on his behalf.
Yeah. Anybody who would like to share, please step up to the podium, state your name for the record.
I'm more than happy to share. Can you hear me? Great. My name is Dr. Linda Roan, and I am a daughter of the St. James Missionary Baptist Church Incorporated. The Reverend Dr. J.P. Dennis Jr. baptized me in the faith when I was 9 years old, and I'm 66. So I have been a member of St. James for over 50 years. First of all, I think it's well overdue. Council members in public. Reverend J.P. Dennis was more than a pastor. He was a servant leader, educator, and a bridge builder. For half a century, he shepherded the congregation at St. James Missionary Baptist Church Incorporated, leading them with vision, courage, and faith. Under his leadership, St. James constructed a new edifice, expanded its ministry outreach, and paid off the mortgage in full, a testament to his stewardship and commitment to progress through unity. His ministry extended beyond the church walls. A president of the Wichita Baptist Ministers Union, president of the Southwest District Congress of Christian Education, police chaplain, and a respected voice on civic boards, including Spirit Aerospace Systems, the Center for Health and Wellness, and the Urban League of Kansas. Everywhere he stood, he left footprints of faith, compassion, and integrity. Beside him, every step of the way, stood Mrs. Sarah Nell Dennis, a woman of grace, strength, and unwavering devotion. Through her sweet specialties, baking business, she raised funds to expand St. James. She taught Sunday school for 25 years, mentored other ministers' wives, sang gospel songs to uplift hearts, and modeled what it meant to be both humble and bold in faith. Her favorite scripture, "I can do all things through Christ who strengthens me," was not her motto. It was the way she lived. Together, Reverend and Mrs. Dennis shared 63 years of marriage, faithfully living out the true meaning of "till death do us part." Their partnership was a living sermon, one of love, loyalty, and endurance. They stood as an example of what marriage, ministry, and service look like when rooted in God's love and sustained by mutual respect. Their greatest legacy lives on today in family. They have 9 children, 19 grandchildren, 1 deceased, and 14 great-grandchildren, all of whom continue to carry their torch of faith, music, and service. The Dennis Family Music Ministry, formed by their 9 children, has become known around the world for their annual Christmas concert, now entering its 40+ year. Through this ministry, the family has raised thousands of dollars for local and national charities, continuing the mission of their parents to heal, to uplift, and to give. Lastly, Reverend and Mrs. Dennis gave Wichita more than decades of leadership. They gave us the enduring example of what it means to build community through faith, family, and service. To name a street in their honor is to do more than preserve their memory. It is to celebrate a legacy that continues to live, breathe, and inspire in the hearts of all who were touched by their ministry. Let this street stand as a lasting symbol of love, leadership, and legacy, a tribute to Reverend Dr. J.P. Dennis Jr. and Mrs. Sarah Nell Dennis, who showed us what it truly means to serve God, love people, and strengthen generations. Thank you.
It's fortunate, can you hear me okay? It's fortunate that I just found out about this evening. So that means my comments are going to be very brief. My name is Betty Arnold, and I have served as an advocate for public education in an elected capacity for about 10 years. Now, my support has gone well past that. I wanted to share with you some things from a community perspective that I really think you should take into consideration. First of all, I got my start in politics And by the way, that's my oldest brother, in case, just for transparency.
Amen.
I got my start in politics from him. Why? Because he cared about those that were following us. He cared enough to encourage me, his younger sister, to go ahead and throw your head in the ring. Stand up for what you believe in. This is something that we want our entire community to embrace. Stand up for what you believe in. I got that inspiration from him. There were a lot of initiatives that were started at St. James that have been emulated throughout the city. One of them, Family and Friends Day, that started at St. James. That was an opportunity for community members to bring their relatives and friends to church, to understand the value of a God-fearing person. That's worth celebrating. There were many other things that I could attribute to him, and I'm sure you probably have heard those over and over. I want to encourage you to acknowledge the impact that Reverend Dennis has made on this community, has made on his family, and acknowledge that service in a minor way, such as overnaming the street sign.
Yes.
This is something that means a great deal to me. I could share lots and lots of information, but I know you have an extended plate this evening, so I won't do that. I just will tell you, if you have additional questions or concerns, let me know. I'd be happy to spend a little bit of time with you. If not, then I look forward to seeing a 13th and Ash that's overnaming. Dennis. Thank you for your time this evening.
Yeah.
Anyone else? All right, I feel bad. I thought that you were here for something else, so I do want to acknowledge our State Board of Education member, Betty Arnold is in the space. I was gonna do that later, but you spoke, so I wanted to give you that. Someone else came up?
Be very brief as well, but I want to say that as I was looking through some notes today, my name's Lori Dennis Johnson, by the way, and I'm the daughter of Pastor J.P. Dennis Jr. and Mrs. Sarah Dennis. I was looking through some notes, and Brandon and I have had this conversation, I think the day of Dad's funeral service. And then I also found a note from Levante in 2015, and just some other notes. Mayor Bob Knight giving a commendation to Dad as an unsung hero, as well as my mom. That was in 2002. But what I thought about when I was looking through some of those certificates and awards is that accolades were not that important at all to Dad, but he was a servant leader. He gave us a lasting love and a labor of love, leaving a lasting legacy. He was a family man and a man of God. I don't know about anybody else here, but when you're a PK, that stands for pastor's kid, sometimes the last thing you want to do is go to church when you become an adult. He and Mom were exemplary role models. They helped us to form, they found out, now they were a couple that they wanted a large family, but they didn't only want a large family, they knew how to be great parents. They received the Parentage Award from the National Council of Negro Women. They also received a Legacy Award for the NAACP and many other awards. But we know, my siblings that are here today, and I'm gonna ask them to stand. There's also some grandchildren here and members from St. James, just everybody stand. We know that what they talk about, they walked it as well. And Dad was a Christian leader who gave first because God gave. He was consistent, supportive, grace-driven, willing to invest in others, and he invested in some that most people would dismiss. He trusted others with responsibility, and he also assumed the ownership of their roles, helping them to become better. He practiced service leadership. He was a focused visionary in spite of facing obstacles or challenges. He was always around men and women that had great reputations and who were actually celebrities in our community. I think about Mr. Turner, what was his name, Jimmy? Jeff Turner, the CEO of Spirit, who asked him to serve on the advisory board because he was more, as Dr. Rohn said, than just a pastor, but he loved this community. And what's so odd, out of all the 9 children, wherever we went for college, university, or training, we are all now citizens of this community. Ms. Linda has spoken. We were driven by our parents to give back. So when we have our charitable Christmas concerts, people may be coming for the music. And I don't know how my mom and dad did this, but they had 2 sopranos, 2 altos, 2 tenors, and then we also have baritones as well. But we use those proceeds to give back. We've given to local, state, national, international organizations, thousands of dollars. And we're proud of that because we believe in helping others.
Amen.
He was self-disciplined. He practiced self-development. He was given honorary divinity doctorates, and he earned education as well. He was inspired by the development of others, and he held other leaders to high expectations. He was a nurturing servant. He cared about people more than achieving, as I had said, high status or accolades. He celebrated important achievements and goals within our community and among others. And just so you know, I've had some pastors tell me themselves, he was one of few that could lead pastors. And I think Mr. Schiffer, some of the others of you know that those are strong leaders and they all have their own opinions, but they would listen to him. I thank God for his legacy. I can hear him laughing about us doing this at this point, but I know that he knows that he's a man that we honor and respect. And I would just invite anyone else that's here to share out of my siblings or any of the grandchildren that would like to speak. Okay.
Amen.
Thank you all.
Amen.
Hello, everybody.
Hello.
So I represent the youth from St. James, but I'm not a youth anymore. When I came to St. James, I was probably what you would call a delinquent minor, right? I got into all the trouble that you could get into, and I'm actually in full transparency. My father was married to a PK, so I had the extra eyes on me. I will say this, working at St. James, going to church at St. James all the time. Wednesday, Sunday, holidays, whenever there was an event, having a volunteer, that's what gave me the foundations and the principles that I have today, and gave me the start to serving the community in the capacity that I do serve. So I wanted to come here today. I just found out about it today too, but I wanted to come here today to support my mom and my family, but also to represent the youth, because me and my friends, we grew up at St. James and in the community. And I can say that it's a lot of us, because of that leadership, we are in the positions that we are today. We are mentoring. We are out here fighting the communities. And to have the overnaming of St. James in that area, that's a constant reminder when you go down those blocks. It is a check and balance system for us in the community. And so I would like to speak up and come and represent today, just to show y'all the love that he put into this community.
Anybody else? Going one? Going twice? All right, we'll bring it back to Dab. Happy to entertain discussions or motion.
Just want to say thank you to everyone who came out. I had no idea why my neighbor was here tonight, but now I know. And I'm really grateful to see you and to understand the impact that a lot of our leaders have on our community. I too am a PK, and I too also look to my father for how leadership should look. It's a sacrifice. It's a sacrifice that a lot of children don't get the credit for. My mom certainly doesn't get the credit for the sacrifices she made as well. But it was also my father who taught me very much what you mentioned, that you got to give to others who some would write off. And I believe that we're living in a day and age where I believe, and I understand that faith is not a safe place for everybody, and I understand that. But you either serve a God for everybody or a God for nobody. And my father ironically posted today, and I reshared, that ministry is not about what you get, but ministry is about what you give. And I think that we are living in a time where we need to get back to that. Give to those who look differently, think differently, act differently, love differently, but to give. And that's the best way to show Christ's love. So with that being said, if there's no more commentary, I would like to recommend the approved action of the overnaming of 13th and Ash.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Got multiple seconds. All right, it's been a motion to approve the overnaming and the second. All in favor, please say aye or positive sign online.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Motion passes unanimously. Congratulations. I'm sure we'll see you all at the council meeting for the council vote. Fire could not make it tonight. I always tell a very bad dad joke of asking if I can fry my turkey in the house. Since they are not here, I will tell you, Fire will tell you no, do not fry a turkey in the house. Be safe. Daylight saving time has passed, and hopefully you changed all the batteries in your smoke detectors and CO2 detectors. If you did not, please do so. Your safety is very important. Up next is board agenda updates, issues, and reports. I think last time I started on my right, so I'll start on my left this time. Abby.
I don't have any updates or anything like that. I just want to double check that all the bad numbers.
I believe, did you send that one? I said I sent it out and it just came to me. Can you send the Lisa Riley email out? Send it out.
Oh, I got it.
Oh, you did? Okay, never mind.
Oh, update. I don't. I don't think I have any pertinent updates, just a reminder to everyone that tomorrow is election day. So check your polling location and make sure you get out to vote. Make sure you have a plan, take a neighbor, take a friend, and let your voice be heard for who you would like to represent your district. 7 a.m., 7 p.m.
Ditto. Please, for no reason, but please get out and vote. And this is the month of Thanksgiving. So remember, there's lots to be grateful for in our community. I think it's easy to harp on a lot of the bad that's happening, and those challenges are real, but please take a moment to walk around the community and acknowledge the great things that are happening here too. And I'm going to challenge us to maybe post about a thing or two of those great things that are happening as well to spread the word.
So in 2026, our Kansas legislation has gone away with the 3-day grace period for advanced ballots. So I want to put that in perspective for tomorrow. As of 1:15 today, there were 6,146 advanced ballots not returned. That is an election right there. That is decisions. And our legislation went away with a 3-day grace period in 2026. And I serve the adult population in nursing homes, and these are the people affected. So I just want to share facts.
No update on my end.
I have an update for all of the youth, if you know youth. I work for a company called Student Startup Inc. And we help youth find jobs and learn how to budget their money. And right now we are starting a class in December, I believe, on the 15th, if I'm not wrong. It's an evening that we are teaching youth how to budget their money when they work, saving, spending, tithing, all sorts of things. So if you have youth who are earning money or want to find jobs, I would encourage you to tell them to look up studentstartup.inc and get involved.
No, Chelsea.
She the only one on.
Katie, do you have any updates?
Yes, actually. So there are a couple of meetings coming up for the College Hill overlay. The first is on November the 5th, and the second is November the 12th. With the planning department are hosting the two overlay meetings. Both are held from 4 to 6 p.m.
at Plymouth Congregational Church. That's 202 North Clifton. The November 5th meeting will focus on residential design standards, and the 12th meeting will focus on commercial design standards. So if you are interested in engaging in any of that discussion, I would encourage you to attend. This information is also available online on the College Hill webpage through the city of Wichita. So just if you're interested in engaging in the overlay meetings, please attend.
Thank you.
That's all.
All right. We will move on to public agenda. There are no scheduled items. Are there any off agenda items that we are not discussing tonight that anyone would like to talk to the district advisory board about? Mr. Roseborough.
I got here late. When the police gave their report, did they report on anything new about what happened at Glendale Park?
No.
Nothing? Well, I want to bring up something too, guys. If you get a chance, go by that park. We got homeless people on the east end of the park, just right off of a hillside. It's got tents up there. They're living in campers and they're throwing trash in the ground. It's time something is done about this. Now, I know we put all the money downtown, but out in that area, up in that area, Glendale Park, Old Chisholm Creek up in that area, something needs to be done about that. So I just want to make everybody aware of that and pull attention to it, because when you get 220 people around something, and only 3 people see something, that's nothing to be proud of in our city. So go to work.
Thank you, sir. Any other off agenda items? All right, seeing none. Go up here. Council member updates. I walked all the way up here to say I don't have any.
Good exercise.
Get my steps in. Just to add to, tomorrow is election day, so if you don't have a vehicle, free transit is available for you all day. To and from your polling location, it's just free in general, so if you wanna ride the bus tomorrow, check it out, you should. But no excuses, go make your voice heard. Every election's important. We have Wichita City Council as well as school board, so hope everybody will get out there and make their voice heard. And hopefully we can get turnout higher than 10 to 15%. Because it's always too low and we need more people to get out there and vote. So hopefully folks will do that. Want to highlight our council meeting this week. Luckily, is not tomorrow because I feel like we may be here late tonight. But this week is Thursday at 6 p.m. at City Hall. So it's our 4th evening meeting of the year. I don't know how long that meeting will go. We have had some long ones here recently, but it will be Thursday down at City Hall, 6 p.m. And again, we do that 4 times a year. 2 more updates. You heard it, one of them already about the Brewer Center, December 6th. Definitely get there early. There are some cool giveaways that the first 200 people will get. I won't tell you what it is, but you'll like it. And definitely you want to tour the facility. So what we have presented publicly, art-wise, looks great. I'm sure some of you have seen some of the rendering. That does not look like what the final product will be. I think you will be blown away by it. I think it honors our former mayor in the way that he should be honored. So love to see all of you there. The food will be good, conversation will be good, and what you will see as far as artwork throughout that facility will be amazing. And I'm looking forward to the programming that will come out of that facility. If you don't know or hadn't heard, the facility that was about 12,000 square feet. It will now be 38,000 square feet. Full with a commercial kitchen. I think I told one group, so I'll tell y'all, there's a smoker that'll be there. You know, he loves the grill and barbecue. So that will be there. The kitchen is there in his honor, just to kind of highlight what he loved to do, but to provide more opportunity for our community folks to not only walk in and pick up a ball. I was a football guy, you know, Brother Dennis was a basketball guy, but you can go in there and be a chef. You can go in there and use technology. So looking forward to having everybody there. Again, December 6th, 8:30 in the morning. You'll love what you see, and I hope that you continue to use the facility once it's open. The last update is around our housing ordinances. Many of you saw the news stories of the very long lines before our council meeting. We spent 6.5 hours on that one item, and there were 3 ordinances presented to the council for us to discuss and vote on. Council took action on implementing the International Property Maintenance Code to refer that to a property maintenance committee and have that come back on December 9th. So hopefully we do something. There was also a source of income discrimination ordinance, which council outright voted down, and then a rental registry, which council voted down. Disappointed in those, but definitely on the registry because it was targeted towards the people who have the most violations. And I think many of us know in our neighborhoods, maybe who some of those property owners are, not the folks who own the property and mess up here or there, or, didn't mean to, but the people who every year we know who they are, we know which property it's gonna be. And especially the neighborhood presidents that call me every year. So we know who those folks are. That registry would do more to address that. But this property maintenance task force is gonna work up until December 9th. We've already made the appointments. We don't have a meeting date set, but I will share that with as many people as possible and on social media. I want everybody to be able to hear those conversations because what comes out of that will be recommended back to the council for what we should do. Now, everyone said we gotta do something. And everyone acknowledged the problem. So we'll see what everyone ends up doing. So we were presented to the public what I think we should do and what staff worked on. They worked really hard to address some of the problems we had, some of the issues, things Mr. Roseborough's called about. All of those were put into ordinance to be able to address it. And some people said we were bringing a sledgehammer to something where we just needed a hand. I don't believe that, but we'll see what happens. My hope is that we do something. Many of you know my predecessor, Levanta, tried for years to do something and even got something through the legislature and the governor vetoed, Governor Brownback. She tried to do things locally and slumlords spoke out against it. So here we are 10 years later, trying again. I don't want to kick this 10 years for other folks to suffer again and some of the things you're seeing. And trust me, what you've seen from me on the news or Facebook is nothing compared to what I've actually seen. All of that stuff has to get edited. When you looked at that cake story that was about 3 minutes, we were out there for 4.5 hours. The whole thing's recorded. There's a lot of terrible stuff we've seen, not just in that place, but all over. We gotta do something. So I'm hopeful that when it comes back to council, we actually do something to crack down on folks who need to be cracked down on. And again, it's not for everybody. We know people make mistakes. We know there are folks on fixed income. They need some help and we have resources to help. We have Susan over at MABCD that will help out, but there's also people who like to game the system and something needs to be done. So those are my updates. Definitely gonna watch that through. I think that is everything. I will remind you again, do not fry your turkeys in the house. I see you in the news, but happy to answer any questions from staff and any comments. No questions? Public.
I got one. You said you've got meetings going on about this housing violations and stuff. How will we find out, or how can we find out what your recommendations and stuff are?
So the meetings haven't started yet. So we appointed 15 people to this task force. We sent out like an availability, like a doodle to see when they're free, try to get all of them, but if not all of them, the majority of them. And then we'll set the meeting and location from there. I've advocated that it's in a public space bigger than this so that anybody can show up and hear. Once it's set, we'll probably put that out on social media, all of our email lists, try to get the media to broadcast it as well. That way we can get as many people to hear about it and show up as possible. Right now, I think we're working through how that whole process will work, but my hope is that we present people with our challenges. So these are the things council members have heard, these are the issues staff has had, and then how we design the solution through the ordinance to deal with that. That way they can hear that and then creatively tell us where we can do better, or maybe they say not be as strict. I don't know if I agree with that, but
There's a lot of problems out there, and the problem is there's no uniformity. You know, I'm sitting here with a complaint, and I got pictures of my house. It is beautiful. But just because somebody made a complaint, this inspector come in there and wrote me up. And he put a red tag on it. Why ain't they doing that to all these ones that we see on TV? I mean, if you put a red tag on it, they can't rent them out.
It is happening.
No, they ain't, because they're still renting them out and people are complaining about it.
It's happening in a way that, so you have a house?
I got a couple of them. I took over from a slumlord. I'm gonna be real honest with you. I took a bunch of houses over from a slumlord. And I'm trying to fix them up, but I'm doing it on my own dollar and I'm not getting no aid from the government or from the city or anything like that. And I'm doing it a little at a time, but trying to get people to work with me is really, really, really hard. So I can give you my addresses and you'll see that we have taken it off of the city rolls where you're not giving me a bunch of tickets or anything like that. And so I'm just trying to, get it where it's all uniform now. I'm not a public person, as you can tell, but all I'm saying is I would like to see this all uniform. Because I got a house right now that this is run up on and right across the street. This is really, really bad, but he's still renting them out. And I go, dude, and he wrote me up for the electricity wasn't working. Well, the lady had already moved out when she called him over and the power was already turned off. I go, well, how do you know it wasn't working? Well, she told me. What do you mean she told you? I could have told you that the house was falling down. And he wrote me up on it. Now, how that, I turned the power on and everything's working. And he goes, well, that's not my problem. Now I gotta pay for an electrician to come out just to verify that it works. Now, where's that? Let's get this. I'm spending thousands of dollars to get an electrician, a plumber, and all that just because she said it didn't work. Well, the power and the water and the power wasn't even on.
So like three things in that. One, I agree with you, uniformity is our actual goal. So when you look at the International Property Maintenance Code, it was to make sure everyone understood it's a level playing field. So there's no favoritism or anything. Everybody's held to the same rules on that. I think too with you, and I hear this, so whether it's on the staff side or on the resident side, sometimes there's conflicting opinions about what's going on. I would say always reach out to your council member. As many can see, I'm showing up. And I want to see what the problem is, and I want to see the evidence you have, and I want to see the evidence the citizen has. Everything you just said to me sounds like a real easy solve that residents should be able to show when that power got cut off, and especially if it's in their name. Because if Evergy, when I moved, there's a cutoff date and it's there. They should be able to prove that, and you shouldn't be punished for that.
Thank you.
Right, so I believe that. So that's where that evidence piece is on there. Sometimes with our staff, and it's not an excuse, but it's a reality. Some of our inspectors have like 800 or 900 cases, and they're.
I get that.
So that's why I say reach out to the council member. It is our job to work with you on that.
That's why
You
I'm
didn't
here.
be punished for that.
I'm gonna go to all the council members' meetings
Yeah,
and
well,
talk to them, and because that's the only way we're gonna get things worked out. It's tough.
yeah, well, I only got 3 months left, but my door's open. I'll work with you on that, but again, like, it should be a fair process. You shouldn't be punished for something that you didn't do on that. And also, as you're trying to work through it, one of the things council said was, we don't want to be hard on everybody. You're working honestly, you're trying to make sure you took properties from somebody who wasn't taking care of them. We should be working with you. We should be trying to find resources. Susan and MABCD might be somebody. I will tell you, we've been looking at ways to try to find grants to help people like you because of the conversations I've had with Mr. Barnes back there. I know that you all definitely need some help, so we want to find funds to help you take care of those properties.
We
Because
didn't want to board them up. I mean, we board them up, you got all these homeless people moving in and they burn them down and so,
no, we got to work better together. So definitely support you.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah. But I will make sure that gets out there, and there's a sign-in sheet in the back. Make sure you sign in, like showing you were here. I'll make sure you do that.
Okay.
Any other questions? Comments? All right, we're getting a lot of looks like, let's move on and get to the actual zoning. All right, we will jump into new business. Item number 10, improvements to Douglas from Washington to Grove.
John Mays, Chief Design Engineer for the city. Joining me tonight is Brent Chestnut with Bachman Company, who's our consultant. Steve Jaggart is our Assistant City Engineer. Paul Guzman is our City Engineer. Gary Jansen is our Public Works Director. So you have any tough questions, they're only one of those four. Project we're talking about tonight is Douglas Avenue from Washington to Grove. February 6th, 2024, the City Council approved the funding for multiple CIP projects. Included in those was Douglas Washington Grove. And then on July 16th, 2024, the City Council approved an agreement with Bachman Company to develop design concepts for that same section of Douglas. Bachman actually started on this project in 2013. Just some different things that happened over time. The project got put on the shelf and we didn't move forward with it. As part of that, too, Douglas Hydraulic was reconstructed. It was pulled out as a standalone project. We got HSIP funding, so safety funding for the intersection due to crashes in that intersection. One other thing that we had going on with that, part of the timing worked out was around COVID. With that, we hired Nelson Nygaard, who was looking at the downtown streets as an overall concept, and they looked at this section too. So we have two different consultants that have been involved with this over different times. What we did is meshed what they had together. That's what we're here to look at tonight. So project limits, I'm sure people that know the area just start out with. So on the west side, we have Washington. On the east side, you have Grove. Right in front of East High School. This section of Douglas has multiple different configurations. We'll run through them here in a little bit, go through the existing conditions. So next slide. This is looking to the east, just east of Washington. So Douglas in this area is a 5-lane roadway with parallel parking on the north. So this side over here is the north side of Douglas. The south side has angle parking on it. And this goes more or less from Douglas to Hydraulic, about a block short of Hydraulic, which is Ida. The 1 block west of Hydraulic, that's the section you'll look at. It's 5-lane section currently. I get to Hydraulic. Go ahead and go to the next slide. This portion of it, this is at Hydraulic looking back to the west. So again, you can see the new pavement that was installed with the HSIP, the federal safety funding with that project. And this section is a 4-lane in this area with turn lanes. Actually, a 5-lane, sorry. 5-lane in this section at the intersection. Then you go to the other side of Hydraulic. This section becomes a 4-lane. The right of way through this section is much narrower. So this is a 4-lane with parallel parking on both sides. Obviously it tapers back because there's a turn lane here. There's a center turn, 2-way left turn lane at Hydraulic for a short distance. Then it tapers back into a 4-lane with parallel parking on both sides. Next slide. This is Douglas, just out front of East High. So what you see here on the left, on the south side of the road is East High School. There is a left turn lane at Grove. Eastbound traffic to turn north. The rest of the section is a 4-lane. There's parallel parking once you get down about a block on the north side. The lane on the south side, in general, the outside lane varies. At its widest, it's about 18 feet, and that's for the buses. That's where the buses line up there on the south side. But what you have here is there's a choke point where it comes down, and when all the buses are lined up there, this section actually functions for eastbound during that time when the buses are lined up there, particularly in the evening when they dismiss. It ends up being a 1-lane because it narrows down. So if you're in the outside lane, you get up there and you figure out you can't go through unless you have some really, really small car. You're not getting through there because of the choke down there with the turn lane and with the existing pavement. Next slide. So the traffic volumes through this section vary from a little 10,000 to just under 14,000 at Washington. For comparison, the west leg of Washington is about 16,000. So to get into the concept, next slide. So the concept we are looking at is a 3-lane roadway throughout the whole corridor. And I'll dive into some details on it. This section between Washington and Hydraulic is going to be angle parking on both sides. We have in this concept planters and landscaping areas. What we have shown probably about the maximum we can possibly do. If there are issues with certain locations of any of those, we can look at removing them. Particularly, somebody has a sign that's a problem that they think is going to detract from their visibility of their sign. There's medians in raised locations. Sorry, in the two-way left turn lane, there's a mounted median, so you can't cross it. So it's unmountable. Those locations are locations we thought would be impactful to anybody as far as access points. So that's where they're shown. And again, we're maximizing those locations. So if somebody has an issue with any of those are something we can work through as we move forward with the design. There are a couple that we would really like to keep in some manner. And they're adjacent to crosswalk locations we have. There's one here at Matheson. There's one right under I-135. Then you obviously have one near the pedestrian crossing for East High. Next slide. This is just zooming in a little bit closer. You can see the crosswalk over here at Wabash. Angle parking both sides. We have curb extensions at side streets. If there are large vehicular trucks, specific side streets that we need to look at changing this geometry, or if we need to look at taking even one of these out or modifying it in a way to help larger trucks make this turn, we can look at that as we move forward with the design concept. This just shows pretty much every side street has one of those for a couple different reasons. Partly, it reduces your walking distance across both directions. Partly is to help identify where you have on-street parking, and it makes sure somebody doesn't park too close to the intersection. So there are pedestrian and vehicular safety elements with those rollouts at side streets. This is hydraulic from Douglas from hydraulic to Grove. So hydraulics over here. This is the median it's talking about that's next to the crosswalk that goes underneath I-135. And then you have the one shown in front of East High School. That is the signalized intersection there, signalized pedestrian crosswalk here for East High. These lanes shift south through this section between I-135. Gives a little more amenity space in this area. It's pretty tight right now. And again, this place where we have buses parking or staging, we shrunk down to just what they need, not so you think you may have another lane there to go through. So staging is still there for the buses. It's just consistent through the corridor that it's the same width all the way through, so it doesn't look like another lane to you. Next slide. Again, just zooming in. Pedestrian crossing. We are closing one driveway at the intersection. We do have turn lanes at the intersection still. We still have turn lanes at hydraulic. Still have the same configuration at Washington as far as lane configuration goes. Parallel parking on north through this section. And then you have bus parking on the south side will be identified by signage to tell them what can and can't park there. What exactly we're going to do with some of the food trucks and stuff to show up, we're still working through that. We've met with East High. Go back slide for a sec. So we are working with East High. One of the things we originally came out of some of the discussions we had with East High years ago was possibly relocating this driveway. So this is the driveway that goes back into East High, serves as parking lot, but it also circles around. The thought was maybe move it over here and line it up with Ash. That works a lot better for traffic for a number of different reasons. We talked to them now. Evergy is working with them to expand the substation that's there just to the east, just to the west of the school. So they're looking at expanding that. So we're gonna have to look at geometry and see if that still makes sense and see if it's something that they want to move forward with as far as relocating the drive. Doesn't really change a whole lot. We can keep the drive here as far as the overall design concept. This is a better option, but if we can't make the geometry work, it's not gonna work for them. So we'll have to work through that. We have plans now from Evergy. We're working with school on that. We'll have to go back and talk to school about what all we do. I will tell you the school district had some concerns with the median. Yes. We were proposing in there, so we may look at some of those. Their major concern was the way the medians are used on Grove and kids use them to cross the street. In places they probably shouldn't cross, I guess is probably the best way to put it. Again, there's a push button here, so there's a light that actually stops traffic. So we want something there, particularly for off-hour times when it's maybe not peak. If you don't want it, you don't have to push button, stop traffic at all. You go across the lane, you can go out there and stand in the median and feel pretty comfortable, and then cross the other lane when traffic clears. But just to anybody that's crossing there, having that median, so somebody doesn't do something they shouldn't and go through the two-way left turn lane in a location they shouldn't, especially when you have to spruce potentially pretty close to that location. Next slide. I went through this one. So the approved budget is just over $1 million. Decent portion of that was spent with the original design. When we looked at it, how far we got through it, and then some artwork that was associated with the original design. I will tell you, and it mentions up here, but there is $300,000 in artwork that's proposed to go into this project. Once we get the design concept approved, we will put together an RFP and go out and hire an artist to design something that incorporates something associated with surrounding area or something to that effect, and not find locations to put. Some of the locations that have been proposed in the past were around I-135 area, kind of spruce some of that up. But where the RFP goes and where the artist will go is yet to be determined, because that'll come out in the RFP process. So our total proposed budget is just under 7.5 million. The construction and design will come from local sales tax, and then the art portion will come from general obligation bonds. Next slide. Design concept. So next steps, design concept will be presented to the city council on December 9th. Anticipated construction will start in 2027, and construction will take about a year to complete. We did have an open house Thursday last week at the library to hear from adjacent property owners and citizens. Next slide. Our recommendations is to approve the design concept. We are asking for feedback on any of the things I talked about as far as truck movements, medians. Those are things we can modify pretty easy as we move forward. Because I know those are some of the concerns that people have shared at the open house and at different times throughout the process. If there are large trucks that businesses are using, we're going to have some of the side streets that we need to look at geometry or look at turning templates or median locations, median lengths. That's something we're here to get input on. And if we with that, we'll open it up to questions.
Questions from Deb?
I guess I'll start with the medians. What is the point of the medians?
Pedestrian safety at a couple of locations. The other thing that you'll have with medians is it makes it feel narrow, particularly when you go by them. Like if you go drive over across the bridge where they have a barrier, so you have a barrier wall on one side and you have the rail on the other, you're gonna slow down quite a bit. It's not that bad, but it feels and it narrows it down to so you don't feel like it's so wide. And part of it is we have a little bit wider lane in there, especially on the section between Hydraulic and Washington. So people that are backing out, they can back out a little bit, especially if there's a larger vehicle, without actually getting out into the through lane. So we have a 14-foot wide lane there rather than a 12-foot that we typically have in a lot of locations. That's very similar to what is in Delano as far as where you have parallel parking on both sides.
Okay, I do agree, well, in my opinion right now, I think that like the road diet idea makes the most sense between Washington, Hydraulic. I agree that that part of Douglas is really wide. As far as the medians in that section, I think it'd be a good idea to put trees in there. I mean,
that would be the intent. You'd have to be careful about when you're putting next to some of the pedestrian crossings. You don't want to obstruct somebody's view.
right, I agree. But like the ones that are in that area along Grove, I think are well done. And they have trees. The problem that I have not seen right now is the section between Hydraulic and Grove makes no sense to me whatsoever. It is an incredibly busy intersection there at Hills or at Douglas and Grove with the high school. It's incredibly busy on Grove and on Douglas. And in the morning time and in the evening or in the afternoon time, before school is in session and after it lets out, the traffic there is insane. And at times it's impassable. I mean, I've had to sit in traffic there for a half hour that I wasn't even trying to go to East High. It's just there was nowhere for the traffic to go. I don't see that problem being remedied by cutting out half of the lanes in front of the high school and then also putting medians in the middle right there especially makes no sense. It seems to make things more dangerous, not safer. Simply because you will have students and other people, but mostly students, crossing Douglas at any given point. Just because there's grass in the middle of the road. I know I do on Grove. There's 2,300 kids about that go to East High. And while some of them live in the area, like my kid, will sometimes walk to school. Most of them are either bused there or drive there themselves. And I'm not sure if you're familiar with the area yourself, but the parking lot is not big enough for all of the students that go there. And it's a nightmare. When the buses are there in the afternoon time, again, it is a nightmare. There's food trucks that sit outside of Douglas during lunchtime, which is not so much a nightmare, but they used to got like 500 kids right next to the street. None of this right now makes any sense to me between Hydraulic and Grove, because narrowing that portion of the road just seems counterproductive.
Okay. I have a drone school district actually shot of the, so I'm pretty familiar with what it looks like.
Okay.
During movies.
Okay.
So yeah, I've seen it. And again, eastbound traffic, when the whole wave is there in the afternoon, the whole wave of buses, it's acting like a one lane now for eastbound traffic because of the neck down.
I agree. So in the proposed concept, is there additional separate bus parking that's not part of the street? It's not part of a lane.
Well, if you go back to that slide.
Because this is a part I was also a little confused on, because
this is their
the verbiage says right side bus parking.
Go back to yeah, that's you, the bus parking's here and it's identified here the whole time. That is not a through lane. That is just the bus parking
No,
there.
this is the.
Go forward one more
that's the
slide.
parking lot.
You'll see it right there.
There it is.
It's guarded.
Here.
There, right there. Yeah, the bus parking.
Again,
It
right
says-
size, because right now that outside lane at the particular the west end is like 18 feet wide. That's why you think there's another lane there, and then you get up to the pinch point and you can't go.
Right, yeah, I understand that. I guess I'm asking, where is the plan to put the buses? Is
Right
there,
here, along this curb,
instead of parking spots?
instead of parking spot, they're just sitting in the lane now.
Right, I understand, yeah, I know.
So
It's a big,
they're gonna be
big
sitting in the
park.
same, very similar area, but it's not a lane, it's actually just a place for them to park and pull off.
Okay, okay, so that's what this red thing, crosswalk.
No, the red thing is the crosswalk is a curb extension to reduce the length you have to go across. It'll also reduce the amount of time this has to run because it's based on width that you have to go across.
But it's like a little pitch before.
It's a median that goes out there so you can actually go out here and be out closer in here. So yes, the buses will have to pull out.
Right.
Everything here, it's no different than what they're doing now.
I see, okay.
Okay, I see that. So it's not conducive now. I don't understand how this makes it better as far as the buses. I think it makes the whole section between Grove and Hydraulic.
Because right now they don't have that little indent for the buses, right? They're using the actual lane. I
This,
think-
this portion here, again, this varies from like 18 feet down to where you can't get another car through there when the
Right.
buses are parked.
Right, so my question was, there isn't that. On Douglas, there isn't currently that indentation where they can pull in, like a bus will stop for them.
Oh, well, I mean, if you look at school, there are many buses all throughout this parking area over here. So the large buses are only ones that are staying out onto,
Right.
and they're just parking in the through lane.
Right.
Then in
there's-
some locations
so
wider,
it
in some
doesn't-
locations it narrows
Right.
to where there's a problem, you only get one lane through.
Right, yes, I've driven down there.
She meant there was no bump out there. right?
Yeah. there's
No, the curb extension is not there. No, it is not.
Okay,
No.
they're just using, that's what I thought, but I just wanted to
Correct.
make sure.
You said that you hosted a meeting with community and business owners that would potentially be impacted. Did I understand that correctly?
Yes.
How many people attended and what was the feedback?
A number of them are here tonight, so you can ask them, but there were.
But there was some who wasn't, so can you give me a number, estimation of?
Concerns with the 3-lane configuration is probably the biggest contest. Some medians.
Overall,
trucks
I'm
and truck
sorry.
movements, and that's what it was.
I'm sorry, overall, I need, just in general, how many people attended the meeting and what was the feedback?
There was about 6 to 8 different people that. open house.
And what did you all do to address any concerns that they've had? Have you?
Again, that's why we're here to, I mean, if we're talking about medians or curb extensions, things like that to address trucks, to address concerns they may have with trucks or turning movements or any other thing that may impact the length of this or anything, we're here to say we can adjust those. Those are not set.
Right.
So we can do that as we go forward. If there's not issues with geometrics of everything we're looking. But as far as the medians, curb extensions, planners, anything like that, it's still free game to talk about what people want and where those go, and we can do that in the future.
Thank you. And then have you potentially thought about, we've received some comments from some residents that were concerned about the increased traffic that may come from the development of the biomed center and maybe even some other businesses wanting to expand and bringing more traffic in, which I think is great news. We always want that, right? But it comes at a cost, and traffic is probably one of those costs. How have you all maybe considered that into this plan?
Personally, I don't know how much the biomedical is gonna impact this much of this stretch of Douglas based on its location. I would be surprised unless there's a bunch of housing that goes in somewhere over here to help mitigate some of the issues they have with housing down there. Why don't we go to the end? I'll roll through a couple of slides here and there. So just to talk about a 3-lane and a 4-lane, kind of talk through the different concepts of it. So 3-lane, and that's what all this stuff over here is talking about. I'm not gonna read through it all, but it's related to crashes. And the 3-lane is significantly safer. Gives you sight lines as much as anything. You can have cars hidden behind other cars when you have a through lane and somebody doesn't see them. And so going through a 3-lane will reduce the number of crashes, potentially have a significant amount too. One of the other things we talk about is the improved pedestrian safety. We would like to put medians, even if they're small, especially where you have crossings, to be able to try to help. You can go across one lane, wait there, feel pretty comfortable, and go across another lane if that's what you want to do. The capacity change in general, you can look at a number of different studies, but in general, the capacity change between the 3 and 4 lane, somewhere between 4 and 7%. So an increase to 4 lane gives you about 4 to 7% more volume in general, based on the reports that have been done. Typically in this area, what we're looking at as far as when we consider 3 versus 4 or 5, and we haven't built the 4 lane, I don't think, since I've been here, but the threshold is kind of around 17,000, and we're not anywhere all that close to that. So you could have a decent amount more capacity through this section, and to us, it's not gonna be something that craters the system, not that it doesn't work.
Thank you.
And the other thing I'll throw out is, yes, the buses, it's busy when it's there. That's 30 minutes in the evening, that's 30 minutes in the morning. And the morning is spread out over a longer period of time, so it's pretty typically more of a drop and roll. It's really the afternoon that really causes the problems, where they have the 30 buses backed up using that whole area. And then you have that pinch point right now where it becomes a 1-lane through. Then you're trying to do a zipper. If you know what you're doing, and if you feel comfortable with the people around you to be able to do, that's what the video shows, is they're doing a really slow zipper, more or less where you're merging, you take turns between 2 lanes. Yeah.
So you did a 4-lane to a 3-lane on Douglas from County Small Drive or Armor now to Rock. Love it. However, what I'm concerned about is we don't have a median, but the turning lane between Armor and Rutland is so very short that it just can, and there's probably not been any wrecks. I'm sure Eastboro would be all over it, but you know, it is very congested, but we don't have even a median. So when I look at your in front of East, with a median and turning lanes into the parking lot, and I know you said moving it to match up with Ash, I just am still very concerned about the congestion.
In general, the medians are in locations where you're not making a left turn anyway, so you're not using that lane. In general.
Yeah, I'm just, when I look at the mapping though, and my experience, like trying to do these turns, but on that map, there is a left turn. You know, so I'm just looking at it. And so I remember when you guys all did this, and East even did like some chalk art showing kind of where the median was gonna be. But again, it was west of Hydraulic, and it made so much sense. I still don't quite understand this stuff.
That was around the same time we did Douglas Hydraulic.
Yeah.
And that was part of the first iteration of a different option you could do. And so that's what that more or less was.
So I really like it west of Hydraulic. I'm a little concerned about East.
I know we've talked a lot about, maybe not a lot, strong towns and some of their concepts. And, you know, making it appear to be, sure, like you were saying, is a recommendation, versus, you know, just a sign to slow down, because that for safety cautions, for safety reasons doesn't really work as well. They also suggest often to do for community buy-in, and because this seems to be, you know, kind of alarming for some with the medians and safety of the students going across. I can understand that completely. But they have temporary, and I know we've used them around here, I've seen them, the temporary curb extensions to test out how this would be in creating that bump out. And then you can see about that left turn. Would that be something that is an option to do like, test it out with these the temporary curb extensions. To get an idea of how the flow actually goes before it actually, can't take it back or change it.
Yes, I think that's always an option. You're probably gonna have to do it through the vast majority of the corridor to get a feel for what it's actually gonna do, I would think, here. And as far as the medians and hopefully the curb extensions, ideally, we would work with adjacent property owners to figure out what they can and can't work with as far as those go. So I think the geometry, hopefully, that we could get worked out as part of the design process moving forward. So I'm not sure exactly what all you would be testing at that point.
I think I've heard a lot of concerns about traffic in front of East High, maybe in some of the medians, and I was at the public meeting that Sean mentioned earlier. There were some concerns raised by a couple of folks that I talked to about the medians in front of East High due to visibility, especially if there's trees planted in there, visibility of pedestrians. And as Sean mentioned, them walking out there and doing something that they shouldn't be doing. The other thing I wanted to talk about, and those that have driven that during school arrival times, that inside westbound lane really is functioning as a left turn lane. People are stacked up, students are stacked up there in the inside lane to turn left into the parking lot. So that only leaves the outside lanes for folks to go through. But the 3-lane concept, it's gonna operate the same way. The students can get into the left turn lane, provided that we have short enough medians or provide enough storage lane in that left turn lane to turn into the school parking lot. And you still have the 1 lane functioning now as the outside lane. That would be the through westbound lane. So during school arrival times, it's functioning as, the inside westbound left turn or inside westbound lane is really functioning as a left turn. Folks will move over to the right and be through.
Was there only one public engagement session?
This time around, there's been, I don't know, probably 4 or 5 before that, when we started this back in 2013 through the different iterations that we've looked at.
But recently, in the last 2 years, is this the?
Correct. We had the open house and then this. Yeah.
What time is that?
The open house was 5 to 6. Now we stuck around till around 6:30.
Does this plan take into account, and I'm trying to remember if there is sidewalk in the area we're talking about, maybe this is outside of the scope, but like, are we considering where we need sidewalks? How do we maybe get more students walking to school? And I think future biomed traffic, even though it's not right there right now, I'm just thinking through future state, hopefully for Wichita, of when our metro is running more consistently, does this plan take into account people using the bus?
There are existing sidewalks. The existing sidewalks will remain. And actually, in the section in front of East High, it actually widens on each side. So you actually get more sidewalk than what you got there now. Now, there's different things people may want to do with it, but there's more sidewalk there than what you have now.
Going back to median issue, I see up here on this particular slide, under the congestion portion, is explaining how the difference between how emergency vehicles travel a 4-lane versus a 3-lane model. But if you put a bunch of unmountable medians in the middle of a 3-lane model, it would seem to eliminate the emergency responder.
They would have to find a location where they could do it in between those medians, if that's the route you would go, yes.
So it seems problematic to make it more difficult for emergency vehicles to get through Douglas, which is already like the main street in that park. So another reason why I'm concerned about the grassy medians with only 1 lane of traffic on.
So you mentioned though that the medians are not,
It's a full height curve. It's not something you're gonna drive. If that's where you were headed, it is not, it's not. If you have a large truck, maybe you could, but it's not gonna be a good idea. It's gonna be pretty rough.
but these are just options at this moment, like you
Correct.
said,
Yes,
down the line.
yes,
it can be
absolutely.
changed.
Yes, we can
fixed.
move these, we can adjust them to shrink them down. There are certain locations we would like to keep some for the pedestrian safety
Right.
piece of it.
Cameron, can you the slide back on where it shows the good picture of the medians? And maybe we could just give you feedback on where we suggest they should not be, and they could be, and you can take note of that. Cause it sounds like that's, I mean, beyond the others, but that is one of the main things I'm hearing.
Back one more slide. That'd be the first piece that would go. So that is Washington to hydraulic. So we
Okay,
have 4 in there.
and the
right now.
green are the median,
Correct,
raised median.
correct. This is
Not
the one we would like to keep something there ideally because of the pedestrian crosswalk. And you say, well, Matheson's there. Yeah, but the left turn lane is here. There is no Matheson down here, so that's why it works.
And this is further west.
Yes, yeah.
Yep, okay, I know where I'm at.
So I could see keeping that because you, of the crosswalk, but the one west of Madison, I just don't know why you would keep that. If you've got your turn into the parking lot and then you have Ash.
So you're talking about,
Mathewson, not
Is it Matt? Oh, I'm looking at Madison by Reverie. I'm sorry, I just can't see. I'm looking on my map. Where's Mathewson?
It's on a different slide.
okay, wrong, different side, the one by East High.
Run good.
Yeah. Oh, okay. This is west of.
Other way.
Never even heard of it.
Yeah, this one, okay, now we're. Okay, which is the one you want to keep on this?
Ideally, you would keep something around the pedestrian crossing.
Right.
It is the major one. There's also pedestrian crossings
You get into
underneath
the states.
I-135 here. So ideally, you keep something there if you can.
Gotcha.
That's where the path goes through. It's underneath I-135.
It seems to be, that's one of the longest ones by the crosswalk there.
And based on what we heard from the principal at East High, I think they would like to shorten that
As well.
to the minimum amount that we could get by.
That's kind of where I was going and thinking, and it
That's
sounds like the
awesome.
feedback you got at the initial community meeting, community business meeting. What I'm hearing on here, the email we got, the principal, I would really highly take that.
She's been there a while too. She
Yeah,
understands what-
yeah, exactly.
What's
So
going
I'd
on?
really take that feedback into strong consideration, and then
Businesses and residents.
yeah. So that one shortened for sure, it sounds like. Would be a recommendation, and then. Do you have any others on the other medians you were thinking of on this one?
I was just searching for Mathewson, so.
But if push comes to shove, we could always resubmit something back through DAB or through council. If that's, the idea was we would take this here, take it to city council for approval for the overall concept, and then these are details that we'll work out. I mean, we make some of these changes, working with property owners on a number of different projects, quite often. But if you're worried about us not working with them, I don't know the best way to say this. If you're worried about, if that's a concern, we can always come back.
I think it would be nice to see again.
I had a question, not about meetings. The planters, I understand that they're just proposed locations, but those would be like the same planters that are downtown, right? Like with flowers in them?
You have a couple different options. It could just be a raised planter that has a curve around it in some of those locations. So it almost would, you could look at some like you have at Douglas Hydro.
The flowers there?
Sean, you have a photo. Dirt. Here, go back.
Native.
Cameron, can you go back?
It's just dirt.
Yeah. But ideally, what we'd use is xeriscaping stuff that's native to Kansas, so you don't have to water it and stuff like that. So there's different options of things we can look at.
Yeah, so that's my question, I guess.
Oh,
is
that-
That's an option. You can do the pots that they have downtown.
Like,
Part of
who-
it becomes
who
with
who
pots.
maintains-
The pots, that would be the problem, is who maintains it, because it's gonna dry out over time much quicker than some type of something like that. They actually water the pots quite often from what I see downtown.
So, and this is kind of just like a in general question. If you plant something like xeriscaping, and it fails, like it dies or whatever, what's the remedy for that? Or is it just dead until somebody else
We
comes
have to
along?
replant it. I mean, that'd be the other option, is you come back and replant or retry something else.
Is that ever done? Or is it just left for the next person to develop that piece of ground?
Depends on when it happened, what happens to it. That would be part of it. I mean, it could be something the contractor did or didn't do, and they have to go back and replace it as part of their guarantee. It could be something that takes 2 or 3 years, and we go through 3 or 4 years of drought like we did here previous to this year, and some of that kills some of it. And then we gotta reprogram or figure out a way to have Park come in and try to do something, or hire somebody to do something through some other type. Okay, thank you.
Any other questions for that? Being done, to the public, please approach the podium, state your name, address, or general zip code.
Adam Stiles, 2130 East Douglas, which would be Superior Science. So we are right across from East High School. We have been there since 1991, so we've got a lot of time of dealing with what's going on down there. We would probably make a recommendation, just leave it as is. We're afraid that it's gonna choke down too much traffic. Now, it was talked about, hey, when the buses are there, it virtually acts as a 1 lane heading eastbound. But it's only for 30 minutes. Do we want to constrict all that for the entirety of the day? That would be our issue. For one, I avoid Delano at all costs. I hate driving down there because it's 1 lane of traffic. The 3 lane project actually was just completed at my house on 31st Street between Seneca and West Street, and I hate it there. I just got caught behind someone going 20 miles an hour for a mile and a half. You can't get around them. There's nowhere, as of right now, if there's 2 lanes, you can pass that person that's driving 20 miles an hour. On the return trip from that, I was going slightly over the 35. Someone thought I was not going fast enough and blew past me in the turn lane. Now that causes another safety concern, because if I'm driving down that street, I'm not thinking I need to look over to make sure there's not a car in that lane, because it's not a driving lane. If I were to just start merging over and that guy is blasting at 50 miles an hour, we now have a major wreck. So I do not like the 3 lane period. We pulled, now it was brought up, if we had a public meeting, yes, we did on Thursday. I wish we had more time. We thought back in 2013-ish range. I don't know if anybody's familiar with the Douglas Design District that was there at that time. There was a large group of business owners down through Douglas that were highly opposed to doing any of this. We did not find out about the proposed meeting on that Thursday until we got a letter in the mail on Tuesday. So we had 2 days before this informational meeting. And then now we have a meeting today. So it's been less than a week since we got our letter that we need to say, hey, we don't want this. The main guy that headed up we called it the anti-DDD group. There was 2 sections of that group. One was the proposed, they were really pushing the street stuff, the working and stuff. Then there was another one that had to do with the tax assessment of enlarging that to where that tax assessment was gonna basically pay for all this. We thought this whole thing got scrapped when Douglas Design District virtually went away. We didn't know about this now until obviously Tuesday it pops back up. We get a letter saying, hey, FYI, we're having this information meeting. We're changing your streets again. We thought it was dead in the water then. Other concerns, I know it's a short survey. We did talk to a lot of our customers that came in about going to this. As of right now, if you're driving, it'd be, if you're driving into downtown, the majority of people drive on that inside lane on normal traffic routes. They don't drive on the outside lane. They kind of almost treat that as like, you know, a highway where you have an on-ramp and an off-ramp. So that outside lane is kind of reserved for people to parallel park. What's gonna happen if we reduce this down to one lane of traffic? The curbs are full because there's not enough parking in our little zone right in front of East High. There's a lot of overflow parking. I just took 2 pictures this afternoon of illegal parking. They're parking in front of curbs, in front of driveways. They're parking in what's clearly marked no parking. And all we get told is call the cops. I'm not gonna bother with the cops. They have enough stuff to do to then stop what they're doing to come write a no parking ticket. If someone planted themselves over there right on Madison, they could probably write 15 no parking violations a day easily. It's nonstop over there. I've had trucks that have come to me and said, because they're parking right up to the alleyway behind our buildings, where their bumpers are virtually hanging over, trucks will not deliver at that time because they're afraid they can't get back out. There's that much congested traffic now. If we condense that down, it's gonna make it worse. Another concern customers have, we talked to a lot of, I don't know how many people came in, probably about 70% of them were not fond of the idea. Their one concern is if we reduce it down and they have parallel parking, it's now gonna be harder for them to get back into the lane of traffic. Because they're reducing from 2 lanes of traffic down to 1. There's now gonna be more cars in the 1 lane to use, and for them to get out from parallel parking on is gonna be tougher for them. Because of the increased traffic in that 1 lane of traffic. Another thing that we gotta consider, if all the curb spots are all blocked out and there's nowhere to park for UPS, FedEx, US Mail, they're gonna stop in that lane of traffic to make deliveries. What's that gonna do? It's gonna stop traffic. So my recommendation would be to scrap the whole deal, leave it as it is at 4 lanes. And leave it the way it is. I think with stuff going on downtown, it's gonna increase people going to downtown. And I think we need to make sure we have clear lanes of traffic to get out of downtown. So that's my aspect. Thank you.
Thanks.
Hello, my name is Bob Bailey. My wife and I live in Vice Merchant in Cleveland and Douglas. I've been on that part of Douglas for over 35 years. And leave it alone. You know, if people are gonna come to your business, let them come to your business. In front of my business now, they have given me a median tree thingy, something or other that's green on here, that's half a block long. Blocks traffic turning in either direction, getting to your store. Thankfully, we have a very good business selling coffee, which comes in 70-foot trucks. And you cannot block access to my business. I am sorry. And somebody will find a way to get it to my door. They've now given me 8 planters in 1 city block for some reason. I see very little of those that survive, except for the downtown area where you've got a group of people, paid, unpaid, I don't know what it is, who with their little carts are watering things and taking care of them all week long. The other day, had gone to the Effigy office, which is just a half block south of Douglas on Ellis, and turned around and ready to go back to my business, which is a block away, a block and a half away. And I get to Douglas because we have our blessed diagonal parking. I cannot see traffic coming either direction. And I literally had to pull halfway out into Douglas to see if I was gonna get run over and to make a turn going west. That is nonsense. I don't know, I've lived in Wichita since 1949. I am old and I'm cranky. And Wichita is not a drive business. And it's not a pedestrian business. On a good day on Douglas from Washington to Grove, I bet you couldn't find 20 people that are just strolling along, going someplace on Douglas. It just is not Wichita. And you're not gonna change that. And here we are gonna spend $8 million. I can help you spend that a lot of other ways. How about pave a whole bunch of other streets that need to be taken care of? I know some contractors not gonna make a lot of money on that. It still is something in infrastructure that needs to be done in the city of Wichita. Just count of how many of the bad streets you bump along, Douglas being one of them. I've started my business across from East High School, and now I'm down almost to Washington on the other end, and I've seen it all come and go. And East High School is a mess. I have an answer, but it includes fire hoses and other stuff. And on my end of the street, we're lucky that I have a neighbor that owns property behind us that I lease parking in for my customers and my employees. So I have 21 employees that gets a paycheck every month. And that means I have to have an amazing traffic flow of customers to support them. So anyhow, thank you for listening. Come buy something so we can pay the bills.
Hello. My name is Josh Wolf. I live at 4320 East Waterman, and I teach at East High School. I do want to stress, I'm not speaking on behalf of East High School. I don't want to get myself in trouble. Speaking as a citizen who spends a lot of time on Douglas. So I personally bike every day to school. I should also stress that I'm here as a member of the Bike Walk Wichita Advocacy Board. My one frustration I have with this plan is the lack of bike infrastructure. I feel like we've had a really big push to increase bike walk. We talked about strong towns that came up here in Wichita, and Douglas is one of the routes that has the most opportunity for this. And it's absent in the plan, and I do find that to be a little bit frustrating. And so I don't know if that's in the same realm of the medians and the other things that can be changed post approval in the design phase. I don't know if that's too big of a change. I would just consider that moving forward. Having talked to my students, I tell them I ride my bike to school, and a lot of them will say, I wish I could ride to school, but the street's just not safe. And that's what this is trying to tackle, and I think that is the right intention. Douglas is not safe as it is. It's an extremely wide road. People drive very fast down at all times of day and night. And it puts people in danger. And I think a road diet is the right choice. I don't want that to be misconstrued anything one thing. We need this one to throw down. It was built at a time when we had trolleys and carts and all sorts of other stuff going down the street and it needed to be really wide. We don't need that anymore. And it's resulting in some pretty dangerous activities. I see it all day out my window, people hot run going fast down that street. We need to narrow it down. So we could get some bike lanes in there. There was a concern about not having enough parking. Increasing walking and biking infrastructure alleviates that. People bike and walk, they don't drive, if there's a parking spot. Everyone wins in the end there. And that same goes with the rental scooters, the VO scooters. When you get on those scooters, it tells you that you're supposed to not ride on the sidewalk, but everyone rides on the sidewalk because they're too scared to ride in the street. That's where bike lanes and multi-mobility lanes can come into play. Just gonna finish here with a little quote from a book called Life After Cars. It's written by podcast hosts of the War on Cars podcast. They're citing a German study on the benefits of bike travel and how it makes us more communal. Cycling rather than driving was positively associated with orientation towards the common good in all models. These findings are significant for policy and planning because the benefits of cycling over driving are more profound and sustainable than previously thought. In other words, cyclists make better neighborhoods. Why then do we make it so hard to do biking and walking? Again, totally in support of road diet. Good idea. Let's just get some bikes. Thank you.
I'm Dave Holt, Wichita Wood Floor Specialist, 2100 East Douglas, right at the corner of Douglas and Nash. People travel along I-135 and they want to get off and they get to go downtown. The way they get there is get off First Street or First Street and come right up Ash. So if by some chance you guys do this, you guys got to widen Ash back out where it was originally at. They've got that trimmed down to not very wide. You cannot get semi-truck trailers through there. There are so many semis that go through. A lot of traffic up and down Ash Street, coming in and out of Douglas. I for one think that Abby's correct. It doesn't make very much sense from hydraulic to Grove. Just doesn't, you know. This road diet, I don't look at studies and stuff like that, but I can tell you, in the last 30 years, I've been in one crash. That was me trying to get out of a parking spot in the middle of the lane. He and I cut this down and put parallel parking on those streets. That was an angled parking. Try it with parallel parking. If you've got one street going down and you're supposed to parallel park, and the last time I parallel parked, I stopped and I backed up like that. I don't think that's very feasible. So there is that. Now, I think it's great. Wichita wants to try to put some effort into spicing this area up. I think it's a great idea, but there's some things to this that I think the engineers just aren't looking. When I talked to the guys at our meeting a couple nights ago, it sounded like there's a model that they use for traffic. I'm like, what shows that this works? And they had the traffic model. I think that traffic model got a perfect situation of cars only. It doesn't take into consideration any semi trucks, doesn't take into consideration any FedEx trucks or UPS trucks. Adam is completely correct. You can drive up and down Douglas many times a day. Those delivery drivers are parking in the middle of the street. Where they park, you know, this isn't going to make things safer. You're going to get more crashes. You just are. So I don't know how that's supposed to help anything. Fire trucks, look, those guys need to get places, and I understand that. They go rather fast right down through Douglas. They're going fast somewhere. But I will tell you, dieting this down, they're not even gonna go get it. So I don't know what that's gonna do to fire trucks. Have you guys, has anybody talked to the fire station about this?
We have 3 lanes all over town immediately, so.
They line up 2 lanes, they make it through Delano all the time.
I'll tell you what, one day this week, you wanna come hang out with me? We could stay right there at my spot, right at Douglas and Ash, we can watch what happens.
Oh, how that we can.
And
we can bring
telling
out the
you, realistic.
firefighters too, if you want. We've already
Yeah.
talked to them too, so we can
Yeah.
bring them out.
I would do that. Because I've never heard of this until like Wednesday or Thursday. I haven't been talked to about this. I haven't been asked any questions. I sure hope you plan on that. I would look, again, I don't want to be a naysayer on this, but there's a lot of things to consider here. And I just don't think that this design, at least in our area, is very feasible. My opinion, I can be wrong about that. But you know, I'd like to see the beautification of it, but I think the elephant in the room is one thing that I could see where you could spend your $8 million on. That's fixing East High. 3 times a day, the buses come through, or buses come through there in the morning, night, you have these food trucks lined up through there. It chokes it down. I don't see how in the world you're gonna go down to less traffic or less lanes and have that be feasible. Now, I haven't been around here for 50 years or anything like that, but it sure looks like to me that the bus parking could have been routed over to Grove side, but they're using their bus lane or whatever that is over there parking. Maybe there's a way you guys can help parking East High, but you gotta get the buses off Douglas. That's all, I mean, you got to. If you wanna make this work, you've gotta fix East High. And it seems like that's the elephant in the room nobody wants to address. Take some of the Wichita money you got invested for this, fix the parking, get it off of Douglas, get it over off of Grove, help them with their parking, whatever it is they need to do, and then let's look at this right here. Let's turn it back into a business street, kind of like what it was. That's the way I see it, but I think that you're gonna choke it down. I don't think you're gonna have a lot of traffic going through there, and what traffic you're gonna have, you're gonna get crashes. I mean, that's my experience. I just don't see it working right through there. And I hate saying it, because I think you guys wanting to do something in this area is fantastic. I love the thought of spicing this up. I like the looks of, you go downtown, just to the west of Washington, you see these nice black street lights and everything starts looking fancy and all that. But I think that most of our businesses, you know, I don't think there's ever been any customers of mine that were driving down the street and went, I'm going slow enough, I just thought I'd park and come in here and look for some flooring today. You know, I think that we're destination places, not really lollygag, and you know, I think I'm gonna go shopping today. That might work in California or New York, but it ain't gonna work in Wichita, Kansas. You know, I'm just one guy's opinion. I hate to, you know, put a damper on this, because I think it's really great that you guys put in time and effort into this. But maybe you ought to involve some of us on Douglas and let us, you know, get some of our opinions first. This is first I heard about it 3 days ago, 4 days ago. You know, maybe I need a little more time to let this soak in. I don't know. Maybe it worked for some of the businesses along Douglas, and I sure don't want to put a damper on them. If it works for them, great. But I think that I watch the kids out on that road. I get out there at noon and watch, and I'm fearful these kids are going to get ran over. You know, I don't think that this is going to help. As the buses are there, it already puts you down to one lane where they are, and when you drive by them, it's zipping in and out right behind a bus. Somebody's gonna get hit. You know, I think the best thing for this is just to figure out plan A, which is figure out a good fix for East High, and then let's look at this. You do that, I'm all in. We can skinny it down and do all that. Please fix the bus parking on Douglas. I don't see how you're gonna do it. Just my opinion. I don't mean to be a naysayer, but that's what I think. So,
thank you.
But just as a reminder for everybody, just to respect everybody's time, give everybody the opportunity to speak. It's 5 minutes per person when you go up there, so just be mindful of that time. Cut anybody off, obviously, just giving you a heads up.
My name is Sherry Mays. I live at 1721 East Louis Circle, which is in McKnight. And that is just south of this whole area, and Kellogg and I know it. I had a bunch of stuff written up that I was going to talk about. Most of you people have already addressed it, except I will talk a little bit about the busing situation. I am a former bus scheduler for ESD 259. I can tell you right now, there have never been 30 buses on East Highs in front of us, East High on Douglas. There are years when we've had up to 25. Today, I was there were 16. They park the special ed buses for the special needs kids over off of Grove in the little circle area by the school. So it's the regular ed buses that are being parked on Douglas. East High has an IB program, so it's almost like a magnet school. So they're bringing in kids from all over Wichita. So some years you can have 16 buses out there. Some years you might have 25. So he's over here saying that they've got this plan for the current number of buses. So they're gonna narrow it down to what they have. Well, if they have 16 this year, that doesn't mean they're gonna have 16 next year. They can have 25 next year. I have seen the buses go all the way from Grove, clear down to where the canal is. They wind up that far. So cutting down Douglas, I mean, I agree. You need to do something about the busing situation there. There needs to be, well, if anything, instead of narrowing Douglas, it needs to be widened. Give more parking area for these buses. And there's plenty of sidewalk there. I mean, this sidewalk there is probably 8 foot wide. So there's plenty of room where they could move those buses closer to the school. And while I was out there today, I talked to several administrators of the school. They were all totally against this. And I talked to a teacher as well, who was out there monitoring the buses. He was against it. And then I stopped in and talked to a business owner. They were against it. I haven't talked to anybody along the area who's for it. And I have to drive up and down Douglas all the time. My church is in College Hills, so I'm always going up and down Douglas. I'm already thinking, if you're doing this, I'm gonna stop driving on Douglas. I'll just take First Street, which is bad anyway, because the streets are so bad. They need to be fixed over there. The other issue that I know about is the bike lanes. There are none. And I know that in the business part of Wichita and on Douglas, it's illegal for a bicycle to ride on the sidewalk, which means the bikes have to be out on Douglas. And it's scary out on Douglas. It's dangerous out there. And that's already when you have 2 lanes or going each direction. And when I ride my bike, those cars, they get over in the other lane to give me room. So I'm very happy about that, but I still avoid riding on Douglas. And then you have the parking spots on Douglas, which are the angled. Well, it's really scary to ride a bike behind those cars because they can't see us coming when they're backing out. So you're going to do something with Douglas, and you're going to keep it so that it's illegal to ride a bicycle on the sidewalk. Then bike lanes need to be added. So, and that's really about all I have to say. I don't understand with the city facing a budget deficit, why we are wasting money on this. It seems like an unnecessary expense, and it offers little benefit at all. Potentially creates greater harm to the students and people who are in cars. And I just feel that it's a waste of money, and that Wichita is hopefully a growing city. And instead of making our streets narrower, we should be making them wider to accommodate the growth of our city. Thank you.
Thank you for your time. I do have a clarifying question. No, it was for cities. Yeah, but I can wait.
My turn now?
Yeah. Did you bring coffee?
No, my name is Andrew Goff. I own a business at 22 East Douglas Avenue, and I operate on 114 North Madison, 2206, 8 and 10 East Douglas. I own the 2212 building. And I swear I didn't do that. Yeah, no. So in my 5 minutes that I promise I'll stay within, I'll explain that I had moved into the College Hill area in about 2013, 3 years after I co-founded Bike Walk Wichita organization. And it's where I learned a lot about the different ways of changing the way the city operates and moves in order to keep people safe. That was the foundational thing that I made sure was a part of that organization, and I still continue today. So it's important to keep in mind safety anytime we make changes to the way the infrastructure is set up. And over time, I learned things about the structure of even bike lanes, how they can be more dangerous than riding on road surfaces, because it's not so much about the cyclists and how they operate. They generally operate legally, even though we love to point out the ones that don't. The rest of them often do it right. It's when roadways are constructed in a way that makes it more dangerous for the cyclists and pedestrians because of the number of lanes and the distance between the roads, etc. It goes on and on and on. And there's a ton of research that this room doesn't need to argue research. They wouldn't have not proposed by consultants things that do make sense for our citizens to be. So I think it's important that we can talk about what we like and functionality of the roadways and how it impacts our businesses. Bob gets 70-foot trucks. Well, we asked them to bring 45-foot trucks and deliver the same coffee, and it helps. It saves us. It saves them from having, there's ways around this. We can work together, but they have already, the planners and the city have expressed we can work together to find ways to make this work for all of us, because unfortunately it's going to change really whether we're in it or not. And it may never happen. I mean, so I have a set of drawings that started from 2009. I was given as a gift by Leon Mader, who at the time was 4 years later when I got it, when I started my business, gave them to me and said, this is the plan for the Douglas Design District and what we're talking about. That's a long time ago, and it changed a whole lot up until that time frame in 2019, when we thought that we were pretty much done planning it and it was on the CFD, and in 3 years we would then be, and this is where I pivot from the I'm not in support of certain things to the other side, which is what damage is going to do to our business when this happens. I think that's really important for us all to consider, and this is really for you all to think about. We want improvements. We, as in especially the retail business operators, we want improvements for safety, for the functionality of our space. And we have to figure out how to make it not kill our business. A friend of mine at the intersection at Hydraulic and Douglas Hydraulic, I asked him today, what was the impact on your business when it opened? It cost him 43% in sales. The city said, this is going to take 3 months, and it took 6 months. So I'm telling y'all, we're going to have to go through this one way or another. It's either going to be really painful. The real problem is like not what they do, it's how they do it, because they're going to slow traffic down to an absolute deadlock for a period of anywhere from 3 months to a year, depending on what they find underground. And that's the real thing we got to be working on. We can work out the design. We've got a couple of years, and trust me, this started in 2009. It might take a little longer. 27, 28 seems like a long ways out. We can work this out. I like the idea of bikes. I sat for 2 years on a planning commission for the overlay in Douglas. In College Hill, and it's really hard to figure out how to put bike lanes on a road when you have to add certain kinds of infrastructure. There's just it's a game of, it's like moving stuff around. Not everybody's gonna win. So I learned this thing from somebody, and you all probably know in this room who he is by just what I said, but he's like, what can you live with? Like, that's what we need to work on. What can we live with? This is where we come together and figure this out, because the reality is it's going to change, and no matter what they do, tear up that road service and change our sidewalks, it's going to literally grind to a screeching halt. Our business is not prepared to band together and fight for keeping our roadways open. I really feel for people in certain areas where there's no like way in your space. You think it's bad now with bikes or with the student situation. Wait till they literally tear up the road surface where the buses are supposed to go. I mean, there's potentially some alternatives I've heard that it's going to be a pain no matter what. So I cannot avoid, and I'm sure I've used my time, but I have to mention, I stand out in my office and look out and watch the mass of the students come and go. I was told that there's 1,000 ways we can build those roadways, Abby, or those medians to make it to where kids won't go on. Because I totally agree. If you put a place for a kid to hang out, they're going to sit there and they're going to hang out. We don't want that. I've been in that location at 2202 now since 2018, and I swear every day, week, we sit there and watch the mass work people. It's gonna be the day that we see a kid get hit, and I thank God we've never seen that. But those meetings make sense. If you really get into like what the purpose is and why they're there, they make sense, but let's design them in a way where kids can't hang out on them. We don't have to worry about mowing the grass, we don't have to do all this, that, and the other. Great thought on the safety and getting emergency vehicles through. That was something I had not yet considered, so I'm going to express that has been sort of mine too. But the roadway itself is too fast because of the structure of how it's designed to flow traffic. I probably nudged and bothered Gary enough times that he agreed to conduct an additional survey in the last 5 years that lowered the speed limit in that place from 35 to 30. You can thank me for that. And I got fired up because some other business owner in a different area, one of you guys, thought that his business would go down if we slowed the speed limit down. And we did that, and guess what? Their business is boom. Okay, so we've known this was gonna happen. But what didn't change though were the driving habits of people, because as Gary's told me 100 times, and other planners in the city, I will tell you, if you don't, or you will drive the speed limit you feel safe. So if you make people feel safe, they will absolutely drive faster. And so we've got to actually have a reaction slowing the speed down. There's a pickup truck that would pull out every single day at the exact same time. And if you worked at the school, you probably know the sound of that super long lowrider truck that would floor it and drive as fast as you possibly could. That was the person that committed something. We have to slow them down. The way to do that is to go down to the different road structure. So there are ways to beat all this. We've addressed it. The buses are absolutely isolated off to the side. We've given that space to whoever we're talking to. We've given the dedicated space. Is there enough of it? Good question. We need to work on that. We advocate that Evergy let us have that land. We need all that script we can get. Because I think pushing back to Ash makes a ton of sense, both for flow with inside the school area as well, because it's a total congested mess. And then one last thing, being in our area, it was mentioned that on Madison, the alleyways where people block, they encroach upon the 8-foot rule. You have 8 feet, you're allowed to park there. We actually do need to tell them this. And the beautiful thing is if you call the cops and tell them, they will likely dispatch the nearest cop. If it's the cop that's across the street, I just know this because this is literally what we do. We watch him. Maybe you know this good at really. I have the guy's number, and you can call the guy. His name's Officer Woody, new guy, just started Monday. They will show up, and instead of ticketing to the point of I don't want to ticket kids either, right? You tell the school cop, they will get them to move the car because they can identify who they are. And it's a proactive way of getting rid of the vehicle's problem rather than the punitive measure, which none of us would want to do. You know, and the kids weren't either. And they've been pretty responsive when we address it head on. So, but it's easier when you utilize their team because they want to get involved with the kids and make sure that they're not making a problem for them. The school definitely has an issue with making sure everything's taken care of with their students as best as they can. That building was built in 1918. Everything else came after it. So the school is really the center of the neighborhood, should always be and will always be. It's the largest school in the state of Kansas, the largest populated, so it was. It's slowly dwindling, although I think it went up this year. We need to maintain that because we do not want to see that leave or four of our neighborhood like it did for Southeast. It really messed up a good neighborhood, struggling neighborhood. So anyways, I'm in the middle, I'm on the fence. I want to see it done right. I know it's going to totally kill our business. We see 250 cars or 200, up to 200 different customers a day coming to our space. In that time frame, I was just looking, is about 981 people will come in transactions. So it could be 1 to 5 people will come in that time frame from Monday through Friday. So we're talking 1,000 different groups of people coming in. We see more traffic than anybody else, and I'm advocating for the change. Nobody else can beat us on traffic. Truck a week is no big deal. We can deal with that. Those truck drivers, they will change the size of their truck. Like they do that for us all the time. It's all that can be done, but let's work together on the solution and also focus on safety. So that's all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, everybody. Rami Stuckey, 143 North Route 10. I'm here to give my tepid support of the plan. Like my fellow colleague who teaches at East High, I am in favor of bike lanes. Bike lanes are proposed in the College Hill Neighborhood Plan, in the East Douglas redesign plan, in the recently voted on and approved pedestrian and bicycle master plan. They're conspicuously absent from this plan. It's unclear to me why. I would imagine if we have them in our plan and many of the people here on the board take part in the plan writing and approval, it seems that we should abide by what we say we want to do. And in that case, it is adding bike lanes on Douglas unequivocally. So that is my reason for my type of support. The other aspects, the road diets, the medians, the curb cutouts, the general motivation to keeping Douglas a safe street, I'm all for. Please add more bike lanes as well. I will end by referencing something the gentleman from Spice Merchant said. This Wichita, if I'm remembering correctly, Wichita is not a bicycle city, and Wichita is not a pedestrian city. I think were the words verbatim. And because we're talking a lot about school, I want us to remember what our English teachers would say about passive voice is not, right? Wichita is not a bicycle and pedestrian city, I'll concede that. But the use of passive voice there, I think, is revealing. These residents of Wichita and board members and business owners make decisions on a regular basis that make it not pedestrian and not bicycle friendly and unsafe for students. And I don't think we should couch that behind, as I mentioned earlier, kind of hazy use of passive voice. And we have an opportunity in the redesign of the city's major thoroughfare to kind of reverse course and be responsible for how we want our city to look like and how we want students at one of the prize high schools in Wichita to get to school. And so I look forward for a redesign of Douglas that is not pay deference and accommodate the concerns of automobile users and automobile operators, but rather pay deference to the concerns of walkers and bikers and thousands of kids that wish they could walk to East but don't feel safe. Thank you.
Thank you.
I thought I had it up here. I'm Alan Kaler. I'm here on behalf of Bike Walk Wichita. And I'm afraid that I'm opposed to this specific proposal right now. I like the road diet. The road diets are demonstrably safer. They've been proven to be useful by all modes of traffic in all sorts of situations all over the country, not just in New York and California, but in Des Moines and in Lincoln and Omaha, lots of other places. So I think, you know, the road diets are a great idea. But I am opposed to it, and more than anything, I'm kind of puzzled by exactly how and why this exact proposal is being made right now. As you all know and has been referred to, the design of Douglas has been a topic of conversation for decades, and there's been specific proposals since at least 2010. And there's been tons of input from residents, from businesses, from consultants, and advocates. And this plan really contradicts and is inconsistent with all of the plans that have been proposed in the recent past. There are several things wrong with it. First of all, it's wrong from a policy standpoint. Every citizens group, business group, study that's been done and consultant that's been considered how to improve the downtown has agreed that the way to do it is to make Douglas, including East Douglas, a place where people want to come and be. And the best way to do that is to make it appealing and safe for walking, shopping, dining, and entertaining. The 2010 Douglas Design District Streetscape Plan, which is, as far as I know, the only actual plan that's been adopted by the city council applicable to this area, promotes that. The 2019 Downtown Streets Conceptual Plan and its proposed treatment redesign of Douglas, which was referred to in the original presentation. That was the where Nelson Nygaard was involved, has involved concepts that are different than this. The Downtown Action Plan is being developed by Downtown Downtown Wichita, sorry, I lived in Dallas for a long time. Downtown Wichita is inconsistent with this plan. And it, as I said, it directly contradicts specifically the 2010 plan. The 2010 plan says that we should, specifically talking about the stretch between Washington and Grove, that we should retain the existing on-street parallel parking stalls, not the angled parking. The on-street parallel parking allows space for the establishment of on-street bike lanes on both sides of Douglas, east of Washington. On-street bike lanes are essential to creating a complete street with increased accessibility, safety, and livability. Installation of angled parking stalls, which is what is proposed here, is problematic and limited between Washington and Hydraulic. And that plan specifically calls for bike lanes from Washington to College Hill. Furthermore, this plan contradicts plans that are being developed on either end of Douglas. As I mentioned, Downtown Wichita is working on a downtown action plan that is not completed yet, but all of the publicity that they've issued about it shows a strong emphasis on narrower lanes, bike lanes, making it much more walkable and livable. On the other end, on the east end of Douglas, College Hill recently adopted a neighborhood plan that is being implemented. The first implementation stage, if you will, is coming up this Wednesday. That plan also calls for a more walkable neighborhood and specifically refers to having bike lanes through that area and connecting to downtown. Admittedly, those two plans don't specifically apply to this area, but it doesn't make any sense to have a very livable, walkable, bikeable area downtown and a very livable, walkable, bikeable area in College Hill with desire on both ends to connect with each other and not have a connection. Furthermore, this contradicts the bicycle master plan, which calls for bicycle facilities all along Douglas through this area. Not only from a policy standpoint, but from a specific changes, this plan doesn't make sense. For example, narrowing lanes is a well-established method of making things safer. And as I said, it's still navigable by all the different kinds of traffic. The traffic lanes proposed here are anywhere from 12 to 16 feet wide. The 12-foot lane is what's recommended on an interstate highway. This is not a highway. It, in fact, is not even a thoroughfare with the neighborhoods on either end of it. This is not should not be the main way to get from one side of town to the other. We have Kellogg for that, we have First Street for that, or Central. It makes no sense to have 12 to 16-foot lanes in this area. I will. What I would suggest, obviously, there's been a lot of controversy about exactly what this should look like. And all of the other plans that have been described, the ones that I've mentioned, involved a tremendous amount of public input and concept building. That has not been done here with this specific plan. College Hills recently underwent that same program that I mentioned. Perhaps what we ought to do here is do a plan, is have something similar to what was done in College Hill. Have a neighborhood meeting involving all of the public so that nobody is surprised, nobody only has a week notice on what's going on. And get together as a group, as all the businesses, all the residents, all the interested people, and decide what they want specifically to be done through this area. Thanks.
Anyone else?
Hi, everybody. Several people in this room probably know who I am. I'm Tim Devlin. I own Devlin Rod and Customs, which is the building right there. Been through this before with everybody. This is iteration 3 or more. I think it was called 3.0. I obviously was involved in the hydraulic chain, and I can attest to how that will affect your business, whether it's granting easements or having damage to your building and your property. Promises kept, promises, however you want to look at it. You talk about these planners. We took a nice picture of the ones that actually have something in it. The one that's over here is nothing but dirt. You know, when this first came about, I think there were those of us that were on the against side, is because we don't want to see things happen to our area, and that's just totally untrue. Why would I have the investment that I made in downtown Wichita if I didn't want to see things get better? And I took a lot of flack for that because I was the guy trying to stop this. So I'm not trying to stop downtown development, but what I'm trying to do is help it make a little more sense. And it seemed like the first go around was kind of railroaded down our throats, and then we weren't alerted to it. And here we are again, getting another letter, and then we've got a week to sit down and talk about this. And you got people still on either side of the fence that we can't say, well, do we need bike lanes? Don't we need bike lanes? Well, I'm a car guy, so I'm going to speak from the car people here that this area of Douglas, these aren't your typical Reverie Roaster and restaurants and bars. These are a lot of industrial type businesses that we have a lot of heavy trucks and a lot of heavy traffic down here. And I get that you want to make it walkable and safer. I get all that. I sit on that corner for over 20 years, so I get what Douglas is like. But we also have to understand that there is a different type of business here. And I think that's what happened with the Douglas Design District, and where that fell apart is we're not all the same. We're not all design businesses that really want or need to have the type of traffic that some of these businesses do. This is a different corridor than what you have down at College Hill. So it's not a one size fits all. And I get the challenge here for the engineers and the designers, but here we are again, how many years later, and we still don't have consensus on this whole project. I really don't understand why we need to take this down to, you call it 3 lanes of traffic, it's 2 lanes of traffic with turn lane and some medians. You know, when you start talking about, you know, the buses, where are the buses gonna go in that? I've got a bus stop right there by my shop that if there's a bus there, I don't get to leave. So, you know, if that's gonna be in a lane of traffic, where's the traffic gonna go? Are they gonna wait for the buses? Are they gonna wait for the people that, you know, the handicapped people that take a little bit longer, the guys that have their bikes on the front of the bus to get off of there? How much longer is that gonna back up traffic? This is a very busy intersection. So I'm all for community engagement and talking about this, but it's only discussed when it's at this point. So I'd be happy to sit down, you know, and talk about it from the get-go, but not at this stage. I mean, this is there's too many large trucks and trailers that come down through here that service a lot of our businesses. I've seen those models. Somebody mentioned the models about the turning radius. I watch trucks and trailers go over our bump outs that we have down here all the time. You talked about trees and things that you want to plant. There used to be more trees here, but I think a couple of them were knocked out by drunk drivers. Those are trash receptacles more than anything. So I just have concerns for what we're trying to do here. There's a lot of other ways that we don't have to encroach on everybody's business down here, that we can make some nice improvements. There's sidewalks that are falling apart. Streets are falling apart. There's curb and gutter that's falling apart. We can make nice improvements to that without narrowing the streets, changing everybody's way of business. So, thank you all.
Thank you. Anyone else from the public?
Hi, Steve Balky. I live over at Crestview Lakes, so just across from the Innovation Campus, where there has been a lot of development in the last few years. I've been a business owner in the Wichita area. I've lived here my entire life. I've been a business owner for 3 years. So first of all, thank you to all the business owners along Douglas. I happen to be a musician. I shop at Midwest Percussion. I shop at Guild Music. I've shopped at most all of those businesses at one point in time. I don't know how you do it, frankly, with the what you have down there to deal with the drive in and drive out of your businesses. But however, I do appreciate progress in general being painful. It's gonna be painful. But you look at a place like Delano, yeah, I can see why you might not appreciate some things about Delano, but you can't deny the progress that has gone on down there with the ballpark, with all of that walkableness, for lack of a better term. So I'm just gonna give a little 30,000 foot kind of viewpoint of that to say that everything you've all said has good points. It's all good points. I haven't heard any real negative discussion here. Things I've heard is the things that I've experienced is that the city is behind the ball and letting people know what's going on, and then all of a sudden you're throwing this out here. I'm trying to figure out right now who this project really benefits right now. We can't all sit down at the table and figure something out. My other question, I have a couple of questions, is the Evergy thing that they said is going on, the expansion of the Evergy power plant right there by WSU, or by WSU Tech and by East High. Who is driving that? Is that power for East High? Do we know who that is for?
No, it's for everybody.
Yes, it's for
Power
everybody
from
in
that
the
station.
those houses and all of that. So that's not specifically to East High or to
No,
WSU Tech.
no, it's a substation like any other substation that would serve a one.
Okay, good. That answers that question. The next question I have is time frame on this. How is that going to impact the canal route rotations that are barreling down the pipe? Is that going?
Oh, I think,
You talk about KDOT study, that's just a study at this point.
yeah, this wouldn't impact that.
Those are my two questions. The next comment I have is the whole trees and the median thing. I just don't think we figured that out yet. I'm sure there's plenty of ways to do that, but anyway, I think more public comment and conversation. The one thing that I will say is getting those trucks off I-135 now is going down First Street, getting off, and even coming up to those businesses on East High, you're zooming down Ash, you're zooming down Madison, you're endangering a lot of just residential property there too, and I think those people need to be contacted and just weighed in on it, so. Thank you.
Any other public comment? Seeing none, I know Gary wanted to say something. I wanted to clear up two things though as Gary comes up. Earlier, there was a comment made about potential waste of money. And I just want to highlight this project is paid for by local sales tax. We have an agreement with Sedgwick County where our portion of it has to go to road infrastructure, bridges, highway repair. So this has to be spent on roads. So it's not necessarily the waste. Some road is going to get repaired or built with this. This was in the CIP. It has been since, I'm hearing 2009. I can give my time frame. I can't speak to 2013, but 2019, there was pretty extensive conversation with community. Maybe not every business owner along Douglas was a part of that. We did meet with the anti-DDD, I forgot who said that, I think you said that, led by Mr. Bro. And for about 8 or 9 months, we talked about a couple of things. One was a tract on Douglas Design District wanting to tax itself. And we did pass it as a council. Others organized against that and overturned it. And then there was also the CIP project. And that CIP project is where we got a lot of input. Mr. Devlin heard about your curve around hydraulic and concerns you had there. We heard about constrictions down 3 lanes. We heard about concerns about lowering the speed limit. It's a lot of engagement. We had 1 or 2, I think, public open houses in addition to all of those meetings. So a lot of work was had then. For those wondering where this came back from, you can look at me. That was me. We looked at projects that hadn't happened. I'm leaving the council in 3 months. This is something that I've continued to see. It's one of the first projects I heard about when I got elected that some business owners along Douglas wanted to see happen. So I went to Gary and Paul, talked to Scott Wadle and said, can we get this going again? I would like to have some more engagement, a public meeting, and move forward. So if you are frustrated with getting a notice about that and then having the public meeting, and then today I was pushing to have the public meeting. I wanted to engage everybody back again and then move this project forward. I don't like kicking projects down the curb, so that's me. And that's how we got here tonight. So I just wanted to clear that up. We did have those 2 tracks. We did have that in 2019. I brought that back up probably last year, maybe the year before. We're at a point where we could actually engage on it now. So that is me. I pushed for that and also wanted to cover the localized sales tax piece. So, Gary.
Thank you, Councilmember. Gary Jansen, I'm the Director of Public Works and Utilities. I wanted to provide some context and say a few words. I've been involved in this from the very beginning. When I was a city engineer in Paul's position and been involved in all the public meetings. I won't belabor it. I was going to mention real quick what Councilmember Johnson did. I realize it's a little bit of a gap, but there's people in this room that were involved in the meeting in 2019. Andrew mentioned it. Councilmember Johnson and I were there. Sean mentioned the Nelson Nygaard study. A lot of what you saw here was input we got from businesses in this area in 2019. The medians have changed. There's changes to this that we got from 2019. That's where we left it at the time. What we have at the open house and here tonight, it's not unusual with what we do with these projects, but I'll provide you a couple of things of context, clarification, and maybe make a suggestion. Oftentimes we come to the district advisory board more than a month ahead of going to the council in case we need some more time to readdress this with the district advisory board. So that's what we've got built in here. East High, I want to clarify, I won't go through a lot of details on stuff here, but I just want to provide some context on some things. East High, I want to clarify because I don't think that's clear. We spent considerable time meeting with East High School. I don't know who your discussions were with. We sat down and met with East High School. Our number 1 focus was, can we get the buses off of Douglas? East High School was not able to find a way to get the buses off of Douglas. It wasn't a money issue. There's no room on their property to put Douglas buses on their property and do it safely. You talked about moving them to Grove. They did not like it because they all have to face southbound and they've got issues with their entrance. They said logistically that does not work for them. They said they wanted to leave them on Douglas. If you look at widening that road, 1 of 2 things has to happen. Either all those trees come out along Douglas or businesses come on the south side or businesses come out on the north. You all that have business on the north, you know how narrow that sidewalk is. There's no widening without getting into businesses or getting into trees. Those were considerations. No way we're going to make this road any wider. Just to be very clear, and I'm not trying to sell anybody on this. Right now, as you're headed eastbound and there's buses parked there, you come up in that outside lane, all of a sudden you figure out you're running out of lane. It kind of narrows, tapers over, you got to get to the inside lane. It's already functioning as 1 lane eastbound. We've talked about that a lot. This design cleans that up. It provides dedicated parking, if you will, along the curb. It's got those bump outs. It's 1 clear lane through. For what it's worth, it's not getting any worse. That part, it's not getting any better, I grant you that necessarily, but it is a little bit cleaner because you know where the buses are going to park. The value to the proposed design, in my opinion, in that area is what we're doing with the crosswalks, the curb bump outs, the protection of pedestrians. I've heard a lot of concerns about students. Less lanes to cross, shorter distances to cross are really good. To me, what we ought to be talking about, the only real consideration is you're getting rid of a lane eastbound, that outside lane. I heard an argument made at one point that nobody drives in it because it's too close to parking. I would believe that. So I wonder how far off we are there, but really it's just that eastbound outside lane or westbound. Eastbound is better. It's better than it is now, just for what it's worth. Not trying to convince you of that. I wanted to be very clear about that. We already went through discussions with East High. I don't, from what I saw, Sean was involved in it. I don't think anything can change there logistically for them. It was not a cost issue at all. I did hear, it sounded like, several comments about maybe between Washington and Hydraulic makes sense, but not Hydraulic to Grove. I'm not sure why that would be, but we can come back to that. I wanted to talk about a few other things. I've been with the city coming on 31 years and been involved with design and construction of projects all over the community. And since I've been more on the project management side and development, number one thing we hear is concerns about speeding all the time on every single street in this community. 3-lane roadways, especially those with medians, have proven to reduce speeds. We changed McLean from Central to 13th from 4 lanes to 3 lanes. And I probably heard more negative feedback on that project than just about any project in my career, and it's done wonders for speed. That section of McLean going around the river had some of the highest speeds we saw on a local road, and it's reduced the speeds by over 10 miles an hour by going to that 3-lane section. It's proven to work. We hear about speeding. This is a sea of concrete. A lot of time, that's the amount of traffic you see down here. So people are just hauling it down here on Douglas. We got complaints just recently about, why don't you do something about the traffic on Douglas? If you look at the traffic numbers, it's proven, this is engineering data, that shows we can accommodate that traffic with less lanes. Trucks are a big deal, I get that. That was one of the things we addressed back in 2019. We can accommodate those trucks. We're not gonna shut anybody off from getting trucks in and out. Comment was made about if you put medians in, you can't turn into a business. Well, the only reason you can't turn into the business is if you're making an illegal U-turn. You can't turn across the street into the business anyway. Those medians were strategically placed. We had discussions with a lot of folks. We already made some changes, but you know what? We can still make more changes. That's okay. Diagonal parking is the last thing that I'll mention. It seemed to us, because we've seen it in so many other communities and it works well, that most businesses would be interested in more parking. Diagonal parking would obviously do that. We have seen no safety issues that have come to us from diagonal parking. You can go to so many communities and see successful diagonal parking on both sides of the street. When the downtown master plan was developed in 2009-ish, one of the catalyst projects was the improvement of St. Francis between Douglas and 2nd Street. That was converted to 2-way with diagonal parking, and it's absolutely flourished. I don't know if any of you remember what was on St. Francis. It's just like Delano. Before that project was done, it was dead. Buildings were empty. There was nothing on St. Francis. I believe that has a lot to do with the diagonal parking that is always used. We have not seen, at least not come to us, working with Wichita Police Department, our traffic engineers, any issues with backing out, bicycle conflicts. Sure, it can probably happen. We haven't seen it. When we made the changes to the diagonal parking here, there was some of the same concerns. Those diagonal parking stalls are used a lot. We have not seen any safety concerns. Not telling you all this to convince you about anything. I want to let you know there's been a lot that has gone into this. There's been a lot of discussion. There's been a lot of engagement. The biggest thing I'll tell you, there was probably a bigger gap than we would have hoped for between 2019 and now. We have talked to folks about this. I think what plan that we showed, we're in a pretty good place. I think there's some things that could possibly be. Having said all of that, here's what I would suggest, council member, if you don't mind, and certainly I would defer to the dad. As of right now, we would like to go to the city council on December 9th. If we're gonna do that, we'd like to have a plan that we feel like most people are behind. We're never gonna get the majority. I have found in my career on most projects, if we try to get everybody on board, we're probably just gonna stop building projects mostly. And that's not a knock to anybody. That's not, I'm not trying to sound disrespectful, just is what it is. You heard tonight, right? All of the different things. Bike lanes, we had bike lanes in this project at one time. Throughout conversations from 2013 to 2019, we removed the bike lanes because quite a few concerns from the community that we felt like it didn't make sense. So we have made changes. Anyway, getting to my recommendation, what I'd like to do, and we'll hurry because obviously we've got Thanksgiving coming up. It's fine, time to invite everybody to a meeting, and really be able to dig in and have a discussion about this and have more time. We heard great things from all of you tonight. Allow us to talk through a few more things than what you were able to hear at the open house and here tonight. Talk through some of the things we had previously looked at, how this has developed, where we had been, why we think some of these things work. Because, in this setting, even here, we've been here for a while, and for those that made it to the open house, hopefully you got to ask questions, but I can tell there's still some confusion here tonight. So maybe if we found the right setting, we could get some more input and then come back here, what would be December 1st? I would think if the 9th is a council meeting, probably the DAB meeting's December 1st. With our recommendation, I don't know what it's gonna be, but with our recommendation, try to stay on track for the note. So based on everything we heard here, I would suggest that's probably our best route going forward.
We can defer the item until December 1st.
With the motion to defer until December 1st to give the city and the public an opportunity to engage and hopefully come to a compromise.
We might even try to find a couple of dates, to case, I hate to just do one meeting if folks can't make it. Maybe we can create a couple of opportunities to have more discussions and see where we can end up.
Been a motion, Nikayla seconded. Any discussion on it? All in favor of the motion to defer, by saying aye?
I had a discussion point.
Sorry. 1 second.
I just wanted to comment that, I hope that, I think that at least in one additional meeting at the very least, ideally more than that, because I think of all of the concerns that we've heard this evening, lack of community input opportunities seem to be a big one. I just like to stress that I hope that these opportunities are actual two-way discussions and not just one way. We're going to explain something to you, and whether you like it or not, we're just going to do what we want to do. Sometimes that's all I have.
And I appreciate that. I would ask respectfully to everybody here too, to acknowledge or to keep in mind, our recommendations are based on principles of proven practices, of designs, of implementations we've used elsewhere. And that everybody keeps an open mind about that during that discussion. So I'll just tell you one more time, for what it's worth, this design you saw tonight has changed a lot. There has been a lot of public engagement. I realize 2019 has been a while back. There was significant public engagement for many years there. And even in 2019, there was meetings for 8 or 9 months talking about the whole downtown area, including this project. Again, that's been a gap. We'll come back to it. I want to have the right discussions at the right time. If we're not careful, we won't get anywhere. We need to be very strategic about this and decide what makes the most sense. If we have 2 more public meetings, and depending on where we're at, we're still going to come back here with a recommendation, and then that'll be all of you and us to discuss, and ultimately the city council what we want to do.
I just want to add a little bit to that discussion. I think what we've heard is there is a challenge to coexist, but we know we've got to coexist. And I think if you allow these multiple opportunities for discussion, you can bring in those resources like Officer Woody that was mentioned, that maybe some don't know that there is a resource, so when these things happen, they can be a part of the community. So there's multiple layers of the community in this. And I just think those concerns and the perception of, well, is it safe for fire? What about PD? If they're there, then they can be addressed. And so there's a little bit more of an understanding and time to digest what all this is happening.
I appreciate that. And I think it's probably important that we re-engage East High School also. So we can sure do that.
Thank you.
The second.
Motion and a second. We will get back to the vote. So all in favor of said motion, please respond by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you.
See you in December.
So when will we find out about these other informational meetings that we are going to be able to get to?
Can you give your email address or?
Well, that's a very good point.
I have this email.
Well, but did everybody that's here?
That's what I'm saying, is there's even a lot of people that aren't even here.
Well,
Nice. We wanna make sure everyone
We
reports.
previously invited every single person along the corridor, and we can do that.
Well, I mean, that's fine. I mean, I understand we all got a letter, but it was very.
I'm not talking about that, but you still got the letter, is all I'm saying, right?
Yeah, there's just not a whole lot of time.
But you still got the letter. You're wanting to know how you're gonna get invited, you still got the letter, that's all I'm
So
saying.
we're gonna have a short term.
That's fine. We're gonna get you a letter quick as we can, so we can get as far out as we can. Please recognize that we've got the holidays coming up. December 1st is less than 30 days away. We're gonna do every single thing, which
Is why I assume.
you've seen tonight, you've seen from the open house now that what we're looking at. So I would hope that we could meet soon and be able to hit the ground running with the
I
conversation.
think it's pushing it to try and get that 30 days, but that's my opinion.
But I think it's also key, so design concept is not the actual.
I agree, but you're talking about a large group that was back in with the Douglas Design District that completely opposed this. They're still gonna completely oppose it. They're not gonna change into all of a sudden being like, oh, we're good with this.
Right.
So the hope is that we can get everybody in the room to talk in this.
It'll be good, and I might just provide one more comment for the sake of, I don't want to just keep pushing back, and just one more quick thing I want to mention about 2019. There are people in this room that were in that meeting in 2019, there were people involved along the corridor that were in that meeting in 2019. There were people in that room in 2019 that supported the design. I want to make it clear that we've been talking to people, we will continue to do that.
Thank you.
All right, we got a few people leaving. I will finish you. All right, we will jump to item number 11, zone 2025-00044. Gosh, thanks for sticking with us. Come on, Philip, we're rooting for you.
All right, make a request on behalf of an agent here, the zone 45 and the very last one, the zone 50 have the same agents. So maybe do them back to back. So that you can get on with the evening as well, so. Zone 45 or 44, sorry, the zone change request, single family residential, limited industrial is located south of K-96, hillside. There's a portion of the property on the very west side of it is already zoned LI, just similar to say the rest of it's going to become LI, but it's approved. Coke Real Estate Holding is the applicant and property company is their agent, and Phil Meyer, the property company is here this evening. This obviously would have a significant change in the development standards for the table in your staff report that delineate the different setbacks and things like that. It's important to remember that our zoning code has compatibility standards and screening and landscaping requirements. Compatibility standards relate to height and setback. So anytime you have a commercial zoning or even multi-family residential zoning, that would butt up against single family or two family residential zoning, the compatibility standards would apply. So I'm just going to use this for time's sake. This area here is your only SF5 zoning that it would apply to. So any type of development in this area near there would have to comply with the setback and height standard related to compatibility standards. I also want to mention that in this area here, the applicant's legal description that if this were to be approved, actually creates like a 100-foot buffer in this area here. So any type of development industrial wise would actually be 100 feet off of the property line already at that point. Amber, can you go to page 7? I'll just scroll down. There's another thing I want to keep going. So there's that buffer. But you can also see here, there's a whole bunch of trees and there's a waterway that goes through there with the floodway and floodplain. So even without a 100-foot zoning buffer that wouldn't go to LI, the likelihood of being able to develop in that area is pretty much negligible just because of the existing waterway and floodplain in that area, which just doesn't make sense to have to try to deal with. But anyway, they put the 100-foot buffer in there anyway, so there's additional buffering and distance between the only single family zoning in the area and where possible industrial zoning would be going. The comprehensive plan identifies the area's 3 different categories. We have residential employment mix, new residential and employment. All of them actually promote some level of commercial or industrial development given the right location. The new residential does, it says if locations where there's existing industrial and or good access to highway and rail lines, industrial development in the future could happen at that location. So new residential doesn't just mean residential only, it actually has some site-specific locational guidelines that says that even commercial and industrial development could be appropriate. As you guys are probably familiar with, obviously there's good access to K96, and with the rail line going in there, they could possibly potentially have a spur that comes off and have good rail connection. So with that, we find that the zone change request is in conformance with the comprehensive plan. The locational guidelines, which kind of drill down a little bit more, talk about very similar to what I just said, industrial uses should be located in areas with access to highways, rail lines, and airports. The subject site is situated near both of those things, except for the airport. And then we have industrial major commercial land uses that generate emission, odor, noise, light, safety hazards, and high level of traffic should be located away from residential areas and developed with screening, buffering, and site design features sufficient to mitigate adverse impacts. The majority of single-family homes are buffered by that waterway, and again, they included the additional 100-foot zoning buffer in that same area to ensure you're not having the industrial commercial development backing right up to those homes. There's no way for this site to be accessed through that neighborhood streets. They have access off of Oliver, which would come up here. And you have access off the hillside. So there's no way for any of this traffic to have to go through the neighborhood and then up into the site. So essentially there's 2 separate units from each other. We have heard some public comment on this from folks in the neighborhood concerned about possible impacts to the existing trees and the wildlife that are in there. There was concerns about the traffic in the neighborhood streets, and at the planning committee it was discussed that there's no way we're going to be accessing those. I think the new folks here tonight, they can expand upon those as well. This was a planning commission on October 23rd. Planning commission recommended approval with a 13-0 vote. And so we're here tonight prior to it going to city council in the near future for final action. And with that, I can stand for any questions.
Any questions for that?
I just have a very general question. What are some examples of limited industrial?
Well, the Coke property north of it is limited industrial. So this is like Coke's main headquarters. Limited industrial does have a wide variety of different things. You can think about just big warehousing areas. Town West Mall, it's got 3 zoned industrial to be more of an industrial park. Think of Southwest Street, south of Kellogg. Being a very industrial area, we have like a lot of more freight in and out type of business days where there's maybe distribution centers, things like that. Okay. Yeah, good question.
Any other questions? You said the agent was here?
Yes, Bill Meyer with Bachman is here.
Come on up.
Briefly come up, right? You didn't say it.
You got 30 seconds.
Well, the good thing about following Philip is he does most of the heavy lifting for me, so I don't have to. I think the only other thing I would point out to you as an example, everything from Hillside west to the now route is zoned industrial. And if you went and followed the highway to the east between Rock Road and Webb, both sides of the highway are industrial. Comatera is industrial. Mediterranean Plaza to the south is industrial. You go back to Woodlawn, it's all limited commercial along that area. So this actually blends into the corridor.
For that, I'm probably gonna just stop and answer questions you guys may have.
Any questions for the agent?
Any feedback from the public at all?
We had 6 residents speak at planning commission concerned. I think when I was surprised they weren't here tonight, and then there may be somebody here to speak on it, but I think when they saw the buffer and saw we were leaving the trees and we weren't going to run traffic into the neighborhood, we eased their concerns. I think so, since they're not here tonight.
I don't see any other questions. We'll open it up to the public. Everybody except Mr.
I do have a couple questions. Lonnie, you wanna go, or Steve, anybody?
Go ahead.
I'm James Roosevelt. Tonight, I'm the president of that Northeast Heights Neighborhood Association. Mr. Buff against. I've been in that area, and I haven't seen a sign up there yet talking about what they want to do or put in there. And I live right up the street, so we do have concerns about the traffic coming into Oliver. The traffic out there is bad enough right now. And that's coming off that, there's no way you come off Hillside, is it?
We're going to come off of both. So the entrance to this property off of Oliver will be the road that is built today, that takes you to Rainbows and takes you to
The Boy Scout, yeah, I know that. And then you got the park right across the street that generates traffic.
Yes.
You go up to 29th Street, you got the traffic that's going to Walmart and the banks and all that up in there. And that's been one concern. I don't know, I didn't see no sign at all talking about what's going in there.
We don't have a specific use going in there today. We're just preparing for them to be able to market. So we don't have a specific user.
So otherwise, just like typical Wichita, we are starting to blank check in just to put in whatever they want to in there.
We're putting our zoning in place so that we can market it. So, yes, sir.
And I'm gonna tell you something else, that was a whole neighborhood just to the south of that. You talk about the trees and zoning in there, that's a floodplain in there. It was a floodplain, a lot of water in there.
Floodway and floodplain.
And that 100-foot buffer from the houses, I don't know if that's gonna work or not, but my biggest concern that I've heard from the neighborhoods and neighbors in there is the traffic that's gonna generate eventually, whenever we find, right now, we don't know what's going in. And to me, that's a secret. I think the neighborhood should know what's going in there and not be sold bill of goods. You might be had like right now, we're fighting the 29th and Grove Spillway. And I heard you talk about the trains and all that. How do we know this won't happen in that area too again? That they won't do something 10 years down the road. It's going to affect a lot of people. I wasn't going to ask these questions, but I've been in that 4 times, still no sign saying what you want to put in here or what you gonna do. And I don't even know what neighbors got left. I didn't see it on here. Who's handling this case? You are?
It would be 1,000-foot radius around this entire state.
And so you didn't send letters to anybody, did you?
It's a 1,000-foot radius around what's in red.
Yeah, I think it's gonna be some, right? I fall on the head of his house, to go right by him, I was like, cut some of his yard off. So it just don't make sense. So that. And one other thing too, I got the short page a whole 2 weeks before I got this in, telling us what it was, just got this last week. What was the delay in putting these things up?
I don't understand, because this went to planning commission on October 20th.
I know when it went, but we got this, I did with the plan commission, at least I did. And so the notification, I just don't like the way things are done when it comes down to zoning and changes and it. At least let people know what we're gonna get in that neighborhood.
I hear what you're saying. As a standard practice, you don't zone for specific uses, you zone land for. Is it the appropriate zoning for that area based on the highway, the railroad, other stuff? You run into equally as many problems when you wait and only zone it for specific business. And then those businesses may not be there long.
So what you're saying is it could be 10 years down the road before they do something in that spot.
Yes, sir. That's very possible.
So, and I will also point out to you that a lot of this ground, if you went back to the zoning map, there's a chunk of ground right here that's already industrial.
Yeah.
We just went over the top, so I didn't want to leave a gap. Yes, sir.
Yeah, well, I don't have really a real problem, but I do want to mention concern. Most of this, that Chisholm Trail Creek in here is your drainage.
Yes.
So anytime you start adding non-porous surfaces, anything along there that drain, that's our main drain to take away only from the businesses, but also from the residential here that winds down through there. I always thought that was just spots for retention ponds and everything else to take away some of the water from the neighborhood, because that Chisholm Trail Creek has come to a point where it rises up, and all our little tributary creeks that run from our neighborhood that dump into it as well. And the businesses in here, you take in consideration how much more water to that creek you're gonna be adding at some point or some juncture along there. And definitely keep them overpasses cleared out. That's more of the city's problem in here. But I think Coke will stay on them, right? About keeping those drainages open.
Yeah, so to develop this, so the zoning's the first step. To develop this, you gotta go through the plating process. When we go through the plating process, we're gonna look at the drainage, establish a drainage plan. There is floodway and floodplain both. They will go in a reserve that covers it to protect it so that most of the vegetation in the floodplain, floodway will stay untouched.
I'm not so concerned about the vegetation. We got nice wooded areas, but I need that water. to go.
Yeah.
Okay.
The water will be addressed as we go through that process.
I won't be around to fight.
Anyone else from the public?
I just wanna say, I saw you present on the MAPC, I was watching online. You have a very good camera presence. Very calming voice.
From the video audio guy, you
Oh,
gotta
great.
understand where this
Done
is
it a
coming
long
from.
time.
And
Yeah.
I always appreciate Philip's work for the city. The two of you working together, I think Coke's got their, I think Coke's in good hand.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the public? All right, thank you, sir. We will bring it back to the DAB. No questions from that? Happy to entertain a motion.
I will motion to approve.
Thank you. Motion has been made and seconded to approve. Is there any other discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye. Or same sign on line. All opposed, same sign. Motion passed unanimously. What did you say the other case number was?
150.
All right, so to item 14.
And it's also both property too, so kind of in the same vein. Okay, the last time on the zone 2550 is a requested rezone property that's currently zoned single family residential and towards the middle zone limited commercial. And all of it to go to limited industrial. This one is 365 acres. It is located on the west side of Oliver between 45th Street North and 53rd Street. It's a very large piece of land. So kind of sandwiched in there between Oliver and 254. Going to east. Again, for future industrial development. Very similar to the last one, the changes to your development standards. I want to say, if you want to, stay on this right here. So when we were, so it's all the same thing apply. There's compatibility standards and there's a screening and landscaping that we have to do. This is very interesting piece of property because it's in Wichita on the east side of Bel Air, and actually the North Oliver right of way is in Bel Air. It's not a Wichita road, it's Bel Air road. And then you have Keachai to the north, you have the county to the northwest. So we have a whole lot of stuff going on. Properties in all jurisdictions got notified. Notification is a state requirement, not a municipality requirement. So notifications do get spread throughout all the different places. This is our land use map in the comprehensive plan. The western portion of it is new residential, and we talked about it with the last case, the new residential has a caveat that says industrial development could be appropriated in areas with good location for highway access and rail line access. Down here, this has both, you have the access to 254, and then you have the rail line cutting through. So the western side of it, from a planning point of view, we said that makes sense. And then you have what's on the eastern side of it, which is for agricultural and vacant. And how does that mesh with existing development in the area? On the east side of Bel Air, you can see that there are very well-established existing neighborhood that has been there probably since the 70s. They're not new homes. You've got a middle school to the south. The area in Keachai that's in Keachai city limits, it's developed or zoned for A1 agriculture. It's a single family home with some ag land. You've got property west of the school down here that's actually owned by the classical school. They don't have a building on it yet, but it is owned by the classical school. And then you have more Coke property down over here. You do have a single family home here and you have some commercial uses over here. So we really, as a planning staff, really kind of wrestled on what to do with this, because the western portion of the site, based on all of these things, generally makes sense for industrial development in the area. So what do we do about the eastern side of it? We discussed, and we actually, I worked with the applicant and agent before we came with the final thing. Not that we worked together with them, but we approached them saying, hey, we want to limit the type of zoning you have on the eastern side. Just because you have an established single family neighborhood on the east side of Oliver. And our comprehensive plan doesn't support industrial development on that side. Though it says agriculture and vacant, you can imagine that on 45th Street between 45th and, or on Oliver between 45th and 53rd, while everybody's going up in the convergence of three cities coming together, that piece of land is probably not going to stay agricultural or vacant. There's no floodplain on it right there, so there's no necessarily natural barrier as to a reason why it should stay empty, other than providing a buffer between possibly industrial development and existing single-family development east. So part of our staff recommendation is approval with a protective overlay that would limit the uses on the eastern side and a portion of the southern side to those allowed in limited commercial. So you have a stair step down effect. So the heaviest intensity of uses has to stay interior to the site and to the west. And when you get to the residential neighborhoods in Bel Air, which I know none of you represent, but we're gonna be good neighbors, they get a little bit of a break. You know, they don't get the opportunity for industrial development. It would allow for the parking of those industrial uses to be there, but not the actual use itself. The other thing that we talked about is a same type of buffer here on the south. There's Stuckey Middle School, and then again, the classical school. When we were talking with Phil and the reps from Code, we said we want the limited commercial buffer to go at least to the west property line of Stuckey Middle School. And Code came back and said, well, hey, classical school owns the property next door. Why don't we extend farther west? So they actually were willing to limit themselves even more. And so what we have here is 300 feet, essentially the majority of the south property line, and 300 feet on the west property line. But this protective overlay says, and not 300-foot buffer, if you're going to have a use, it has to be within limited commercial and not any of the industrial uses as well. So that's point number one on the protective overlay. If the use within limited commercial requires a conditional use, they have to come back and amend the protective overlay, which is a whole nother zoning item. So if they're looking for more intensity uses, they have to come before this board and city council to do it all over again. Landscaping along that same buffer line, we're requiring 1.5 times the landscaping for the code, just to get to provide a little bit more of a cushion and a buffer visually between the higher intensity uses and lower intensity uses. No offsite signs or billboards along 45th or Oliver. This would still allow them to put them along 254 if KDOT would allow them. They would have to go through KDOT to do that. So that's the gist of it. And we are recommending protective overlay. The applicant and agent are amenable to the staff recommended protective overlay. This is going to Planning Commission on November 13th, so it's still fairly fresh. It's coming to you guys first. Just when the dates lined of when we send out notifications when down one is, they have had the notifications for about a week, but it's still kind of that awkward, like how much time did they really have to digest to get here tonight? So we possibly might get more coming up at Planning Commission. I did hear from one neighbor who was a property owner in Bel Air concerned about traffic, and Oliver's only 2 lanes right now, and I looked in our CIP for Wichita, and there's nothing necessarily slated for 45th or 53rd at this point. And Oliver's not our jurisdiction, so we really don't have a say on whether or not Oliver gets bigger at some point in the future. So that's the gist of that, not to belabor the point of what industrial. Again, this is spec zoning, they don't necessarily have a particular use from what I understand, so I can stand for any questions that you might have for me.
Questions from that? You know?
And out to the web.
We'll get.
Oh,
Out there in person.
okay. Okay, so they come.
Bill Meyer with Boston Company. This zoning is, industrial zoning is based on location. We've got highway to the north, we got highway access to the west, we got that rail going through this. Speaking to a lot of people from an industrial standpoint, they have had realtors talk to them in the past about doing this property with some industrial use. And they had potential users, and Coke wasn't ready at that time, but now they're kind of looking at stuff going, well, maybe we can do it. On the case you just approved, a couple things I want to point out to everybody, because I've been impressed with this, but the case you just approved, I very much wanted to make sure that that 100-foot buffer was in there for the rent. And I wasn't suggesting them you have to do this. They were asking me, what do we do to protect it? Well, you can go to building setback. We can take it out of the zone. We can just, and they were quickly said, take it out of the zone. Here, when Philip first got a hold of it, said, hey, we need to talk about what we're gonna do along these frontages. I was pushing back a little bit. Coke was like, no, it's fine. They want to do that. We want to be good neighbors. We're fine with doing that. And they even came out, I wasn't going to name the school, but there is going to be a private school going west of Coleman, and Coke told the city, if you're gonna do that, you need to go a little bit further west, because we're gonna do another school over here in the next, I don't know, next year or two. But that's up to them. So hats off to them for their willingness to work with the city, any cities. With that, I'm gonna stop and answer any questions you guys have for the audience.
Questions for that? Seeing none, anybody but Mr. Roseborough?
Probably got the same answer, but we'll see.
But another 10 years down the road.
You know, I would think yeah, it could be. It could be. I don't have a specific view that's gonna roll in and be here in a year. But this one has drawn more attention, I think. I think this one could probably go first. That's my personal opinion. That's just my opinion, which doesn't mean.
But I'm interested to learn about the private school. I'd like to hear more about that, but I know you can't talk about that, so.
He just dangled that in front of you, Jay. I said, he just
No,
dangled that.
You might not know it, but I'm old enough to realize you can't believe everything you're told. Not know everything.
No, you're not, that doesn't offend me at all.
No, I get you. Would like to know what's going into some of these spots, though. Okay, thank you. That's all I had.
I don't see Mr. Barnes saying anything. We'll bring it back.
It's in that jurisdiction.
All right, any discussion, comments, or motions from there?
Make a motion to approve with the suggested protective overlay.
Motion has been made and seconded to approve with the protective overlay.
Oh, yeah. I was second. Oh.
All in favor of said motion, please say aye. Aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Motion passes unanimously.
Now we're gonna go back to 25-136.
All right, item 12.
Thank you guys for taking.
liked it a lot when we did the northwest corner. Maybe northwest corner of 21st and Ellenberg.
Yeah.
Thing. You're pretty new, you're pretty new.
Yeah, that was-
Pretty new on that one.
You don't throw them out of the office.
So, all right, this is con 25-136, conditional use for the group residence limited and the property zones residential, property is 1.3 acres in size. This is a wonderful part of Wichita where it has no addressing convention like the Indian part of the state around North Oliver, and your address is 15 Crestview. So. Don't know what it would be on North Oliver, like 23 something North Oliver. Group residents limited, my understanding is they wanted to do a home plus senior living, which is kind of end of life care. They like to do those in larger home-like settings. It is something that is licensed through the Kansas Department of Aging and Disability Services, KDOS. There's the definitions in your staff report. We get this a lot, the group residence limited within the single family residential zoning. A group home is allowed in single family by right, that gets you up to 8 residents plus 2 staff members. A lot of times these home pluses, their state license allows them to care for 12 individuals, which is more than what they can do by right in the group home setting. And so they come for the group residence limited, which allows them to have up to 15 total people, that includes staff, within the residence at one time. And so you get the 12 individuals that you're caring for, plus up to 3 staff members. For staff member doorbell wall, and then they have different shifts and things like that. So that's where we get group residence limited from. And the group residence is simply, you know, a number of people who are living under the same dwelling or not related by blood or marriage. There's the site plan on here. The site is very large, 400 acres. So, you know, this group has discussed several other group residences in particular neighborhoods that are in your more standard size suburban lot. You know, with this being 1.5 or 1 1/3 acres, there's quite a bit of space. The home is set quite far back from the street. You know, you've got your building setback way down here and all the rest of this. They got a circle drive there. With group residence limited, your parking requirement increases from your standard 1 per dwelling unit to 1 per bedroom. I believe they're looking at having 9 bedrooms in here. And so they would have to provide 9 parking spaces. The site plan doesn't exactly show where all 9 of them are. Well, 3, 6, and 9. I forgot they did update it. Whether or not these double parking can work, there's probably room they can accommodate 9 parking spaces in front of the house without being back because they are that far away from all of it. So that's really not a concern for us. Didn't seem to be a concern for them either. The surrounding area is low density residential to the north and west and south on the east side, and then across Oliver is commercial and high density multifamily residential kind of combined. The properties to the north, west, and south are single family homes. And so this essentially is functioning as a single family home for multiple. Comprehensive plan identifies the area for residential and employment mix, which actually calls for a higher level of intensity possibly. So your commercial uses would possibly be lesser intense because we have residential nearby. And if you have residential or redevelopment of residential, they could call for a slightly increase in intensity in residential pieces as well. It's in the places for people plan because it's in the established central area. This calls for a strategy that says provide a diversity of housing options to attract new residents along existing residents to be within the ECA. And this allows for those to possibly move into the ECA to provide residents of the established center area as we're receiving care kind of in the end of life stage. There's also in the Northeast Heights Neighborhood Comprehensive Plan Amendment. Policy 2 with this plan states that sufficient buffering should be provided between non-single family residential development and adjacent residential uses such that noise, odor, and or light pollution would not be noticeable or apparent where adjacent to single family residential uses. A 6 to 8 foot masonry wall with 1.5 times the code required landscaping and a 15-foot wide landscape buffer is recommended. So again, plans are guidelines. A landscape berm equivalent to the masonry wall could be substituted for the wall. Staff finds that the large lot size and the physical separation from the residential dwellings, which is over 100 feet,
is a sufficient buffering and move the wall or the landscaping on this site. A lot of that language came from the 2 to 3 properties on the corner, which was going to look to do a significant commercial development. With this though, essentially functioning as a home just for multiple people. We also look at it as it's not internal to the neighborhood, you know, it's fronting off of Oliver. It's not something that's internal to the neighborhood, where that traffic associated with a group home where you have deliveries of food and medical supplies, you have your turnover of staff. That's all staying out of the neighborhood, that's coming in and off of Oliver. So we really don't feel that the guidelines that the Northeast plan suggests for buffering and screening and stuff really merit it in this case. Overall, staff is recommending approval, subject to the conditions in the report, and that limits the total capacity to 15 persons. That's folks are caring for and the staff that would be there. Signage would have to follow the code, and then it'd have to follow in compliance with an approved site plan, which will review and determine if their parking works. Otherwise, it would have to provide a new one showing how good fun. I just don't know how you double park cars like this and expect them to get up, so we'll work with them on that.
That's the garage on that end too.
Oh, okay. Yeah, we'll talk. Parking spaces can be provided within the garage, so. The only rule within single family residential zoning is you can't have parking within the front setback, well, your front setback's way down here. So technically, all of this space in front of the house could be eligible for parking and stay within compliance to the code. Not to say that we want parking way down here, but they'll probably, we can work with them on the site plan. So, I believe, I was informed by staff member, where you guys talked to Christina
I talked to her.
today? Huh?
Yeah, I talked to her
Okay.
today a couple of times,
Yeah.
several times.
So this was the first we've heard of it, but again, these are fairly newer cases going to planning commission next week. So I will let our folks from Crestview Lake Estates provide public comment this evening. I believe the comment was about possibly having more residential type trash versus like a.
Yeah,
commercial
so
property
do
closure.
you want me to go ahead and go, or do you wanna?
Yeah, is the eight in here?
I don't know.
Yeah, so-
Pretty sparse tonight.
Sorry, then,
So-
we can just bring up just a
Just
couple
go.
things and.
Yeah, go ahead.
Go ahead, Judy.
You want me to go?
Yeah. go ahead.
Okay, so I'm gonna ask you,
Yeah.
you said about the Crestview Lakes address, even though it's on Oliver. What does it take to change that to get it to Oliver? Because one of the problems that okay, so let me back this up. This property for about the last 8 years has been one of the group homes that is, whatever you call it, allowed group homes anyway. And we didn't have much problem with them, other than they got commercial trash service with metal dumpsters. And so I'm the HOA secretary, so I got the calls the next morning because of the 2 AM wham, wham, wham. So I just called the property owner, who was not, she was renting to the people that were running a home. And I said, that's not gonna work. This is residential. They gotta have residential trash service. You can't disrupt the community like that. She made a call, they took care of it. I have not met Joshua. And so what Christina suggested was that we put that into the conditions. Add that in, ask the DAB to add that into the conditions, that they know that it has got to be residential cart service. So that we don't, now, understanding that they're gonna be doing renovation, and they will have that set up, but once they are actually up and running with residences, then we need to make sure that they are aware that it's gotta be residential cart service. So that was her suggestion, was to bring it up here and ask you all to add that in the conditions. The other thing is that just for disclosure, when this property was closed on the beginning of September, something like that, beginning of September. It had functioned up until just a couple of weeks before then, before they moved everyone out. He came in, did a lot of, emptied the house of a lot of stuff, cut down a lot of trees, dead trees, made it look very nice, and then boarded it up. But the staff report indicated that it was a boarded up property, and that's a little that,
Yeah, it was mostly for convenience.
It was-
because he's
it was-
preparing
it was
to
to-
renovate it.
We did it based just off of visual.
yeah, and I
Is there
understand that.
copies either
But I,
before-
I said that to her and she said, oh, I wish we had known that. So I just wanted to bring that up for anybody that it was not a boarded up property. It had been functioning
Yeah.
up until that time. And we really didn't have much issue other than the dumpsters. Early on, Mr. McAfee is on this side of the property. And so this is like his property line and his house is right here. And so one of the concerns that we have is that with the extra traffic coming in on this long drive that goes right up the side of his house, depending on how they have the traffic, since y'all have decided that there doesn't need to be a fence or a wall or anything, headlights as they come in and out throughout the night, staff changes and stuff like that. I just want to make sure that that is,
There could be an added condition on like side property for a screening fence or something along that property line.
yes.
That's within the realm of added to the condition.
Yeah, I think that would be helpful because I would hate to have Mr. McAfee then, especially the way their parking is with people pulling in and out and then potentially shining into his house. Brandon, you know Mr. McAfee wouldn't like that, right?
I know I would receive a phone call immediately.
To help you with that. Anyway, so the whole Oliver versus Crestview Lakes.
I think that's something that needs to be brought up with post office.
I went to
Right,
the
that
post
day.
office today and they said, you need to bring that up with the city. So
That's a big, broad topic of who.
Yes.
Let me.
So here's,
Let me talk with folks in the building and construction department. So like when new homes are built, the addressing goes through the building and construction department. So the planning department definitely does not touch addressing.
right,
How to change an address, I've mostly got questions of how do we get an address?
Yeah.
But I do know folks who are on a corner who wish to change their address from, well, I don't wanna be in Oliver, I wanna be on 21st Street.
right.
There is a process to do that. I'll just have to talk with some
The
folks.
reason we bring that up is because what happens is they look for a Crestview Lakes and they see 15 and then they come
And
through
they-
our area.
And they go
just
round and round and round and round until a resident walks out to the end of the drive and goes, stop. The numbers are not gonna change,
Yeah.
no matter how many times you drive through. Are you looking for the old folks home?
Yeah.
Go out on Oliver and go down.
Yeah.
So we're trying to figure out how we can mitigate some of that, because with more people there, there'll be more supplies, there'll be more staff. There's potentially more family and friends.
I'll
So-
work with folks
Okay.
in MABCD
Okay.
to see if they're the ones who work on changing the
Okay,
address.
but I did go to the post office, I got a call back and he said, yeah, no, we don't do that.
So, and that'll just be information to share with the applicant.
Right.
Property owners.
Okay,
And even for their convenience of your delivery drivers are not going to know where they're going.
I think it would be to their benefit.
Yeah.
I would think
In
so.
this case, anyway.
So then another protective part on that, would be the other thing that you could add in as a condition is that they don't use Crestview Lakes or Estates in their name for their whatever the business is. Because the last one was the Begonia House at Crestview Lakes and
I'm sure we
in they
can
came.
regulate what their sign says.
Okay. Well, I asked her that too, so she said just check with
I don't think we can regulate.
Okay,
text
okay.
on the sign,
So if you can help to get that to where when they put in the address, it brings up Oliver.
Yeah.
And makes it
Well,
easier
yeah,
than,
it will be
that would be great,
property owner would have to instigate the
right?
the address change.
Okay,
We'll be happy to talk.
So,
well, and you can bring it up with,
well, we can, yeah.
because I think it
I'll
would
pass
be,
this-
I think it would be advantageous for them.
Yeah, we can.
Because they're not gonna have
We
problems
can
with
pass
people
along the
not
comments
finding
and
it.
say, like, in the past, they've had folks looking for this property and they're looking internally, not realizing it's on.
Right, and we even have signs internally that say to tell them where to go and they still don't read the signs, so, yeah. And then I think that's it. They were decent neighbors before when it was smaller. I understand this, because he wants more people in it. He's gonna put the money into the house. I understand from a business point of view that he wants to have more beds available so that it makes sense financially for him. Mr. McAfee is, you know, we talked to him several times today, so that's one of the concerns that we make sure that he's protected on that side.
So you're looking at residential trash service and a screening fence in the north property line.
That would be correct. And he had concerns, I'm just gonna put that out there, because he had concerns. He apparently had talked to Joshua a couple of times. And he was concerned, there's a basement in that house that they're gonna put people in that basement and there's no egress. And I told him that that won't happen.
Yeah, they would have to go through different codes and stuff of like.
So I didn't
if there
think they
was
had
on
you
top of the
say-
facility, There would have
Yeah.
to be like an elevator or.
Right,
Yeah.
okay. So you can just tell me that and then I can tell him. Okay,
Yeah, I don't see how they could.
Okay,
Like
all
they
right.
would have to make it ADA accessible to the basement.
Okay.
somehow.
all right. See,
So
I
let's
was not
pretend-
bad.
Let's
You didn't
pretend
give me credit.
for 60 seconds, let's
Not
pretend
long.
I'm Charles
Huh?
Dick.
It's kind of long.
Oh, shush.
Let me tell you a story.
No, don't.
This driveway sucks. This road has had so much traffic on it, they're gonna have to redo it. All they really need to do is just this culvert over to the center of the facility. Bring that nice new driveway in, get a circle drive here and some parking in the center. Voila, none of this headlight stuff going on there. I would just love to suggest that, because they're gonna probably have to replace all that asphalt and that would probably solve a lot of Charles's concerns, but. I don't know how you suggest that other than just to suggest it, but I was there, I don't think we can write comments.
Yeah.
I haven't seen any.
And the neighbor to the south, I talked to him today, yeah, Mark Lutz. He didn't have any real issues. He said he had problems early on with a staff member wandering around his yard and trying to get in his backyard and stuff. And yeah, so put a stop to that right away. So those are the only two issues that we really had with them. I was happy. I dropped a note to Joshua telling him that it looked nice what they cut down, and I was so relieved that they boarded up the windows. Cause as soon as that property up on, is it Oliver and 96
Yeah, the one
went
right,
up for sale?
the development land one.
Yeah, the development land one, they broke out every window within a week.
Yeah.
It was all broken out, so I was really happy that they had.
Really, it was
boarded
just securing the property.
Yeah, he was just securing it, and I was really happy that he secured it, cause I did not wanna drive by there one morning and find out that somebody had broken all the windows out, so, anyway. So, there you go. So if you can,
I have a question for you. All these changes, cutbacks on all, and I hear up there, reason my concern is that our neighborhood is being attenuated with group homes, halfway homes, whatever you want to call them. But the cutbacks, and the people get money from the government, if this money's cut out, did you guys talk to this new owner about, is he gonna be able to survive, or will that be another joint property that we gonna have up there?
That is not within our purview of,
Not in, okay,
like,
that's one of my
we
concerns.
don't inquire whether or not they have a sound business. That's not within the realm of zoning.
This long as you get it developed.
the,
Maybe it's only
James, the place that's been there, they've been at capacity the entire.
No, I know that, but you're going larger now.
Yeah, but,
And funding.
but the baby boomers need a place to go age out.
Your babies and old folks always have places.
Yeah.
They'll never run out of places.
Yeah, as long as you got money to pay for it.
As long
So
as
if
you
you
keep
can,
having
if you
babies.
can address those things, then I think for the most part, then we're,
We'll let the DAP consider additional conditions.
Okay.
Because those are not part of the conditions right now, and then when we present, I'll communicate this to Christina, because she'll be the one presenting at planning commission, if it's heard on planning commission.
Okay.
You guys are obviously welcome to come and make sure public comment is heard and that it does get heard. That way we can discuss what the conversation was at DAP.
one other thing. And this is, it would be great if the information went out or was available sooner. Because I know that like the signs and stuff are only have to be out like 10 to 12 days prior
Yes,
to the
planning
MAPC.
commission, correct.
And so when the DAB is first, none of that stuff is out there. So you have a neighborhood that has no idea this is coming. until somebody finally gets a letter and then the phone goes crazy. And so I understand why it happens that way, but I don't necessarily agree. If the DAB's gonna be, I would think that it should be before the first meeting happens. It should, because the sign's still not out there today. I went over and checked with Christina and said, no, it's still not out there.
That's good to know.
Yeah, I know. So, okay, great, thank you. Let's now be quiet.
So what's the difference between a group home and a residential home? What, just quick,
So a group home, one, a group home has to be part of a licensed facility. It typically cares for adults with learning disabilities. You know, it's usually a home where folks can't live on their own to some degree. Whether it's a group home for adults with mental or physical disabilities, or in this case, you can have a group home for an aging population where it's a home plus, where they're getting end of life care. It can be some who are getting rehabilitation services of some kind, but it has to be licensed by the state. You can't just say, hey, me and 8 buddies, we're gonna get together, we're gonna have a group home. Like a group home is part of the Fair Housing Act, and that's why it's by right in all of our zoning districts. Group residents, what they're wanting to move to goes up the other notch, where now you don't necessarily have to be a licensed facility like this. Not to say that, you know, essentially a group residence is just up to 15 unrelated individuals living in one dwelling.
Really?
Yeah.
Hmm.
Where the next step up would be group residence general, which is 16 or greater. So group residence limited and group residence general, the typical easy thing to show what that is would be like a frat house or a sorority house or something like that. Some congregate living where there's a group of unrelated individuals who are under one roof and it's not an apartment complex. So that's where we have the Fair Housing Act standards, and we have the group home, which is like the protected classes and for those who need additional care and they're receiving services while they are living there. When you get to group residence limited, you don't have to be one of those. We just find that oftentimes they are, just because there's a difference between what a state license can allow them for the number of individuals they want to care for, and the fact that our group home limits them to 8.
Any other questions, comments from the public?
I think we're good.
Bring it back to Deb.
So it sounds like, are we wanting to have some of those overlays? So no commercial trash, screen fence.
Just on the north.
Just on the north.
You could put the driveway in too. Need your recommendation about
North
that?
on this map.
Yeah,
That'll be up to them.
yeah. We can just have discussion.
Well, he'll decide what.
I
he
just didn't
wants
want
to
to
do.
protect one neighbor and not the other.
Mhm.
If there's concern. And if they do change the location of the driveway long-term, does another neighbor get frustrated with that in terms of the barrier?
I don't know that.
Part of the issue with the property right now, the reason that driveway is over there is some water retention that comes through there. It's not like the storm water that comes through Crestview Lakes, but it's some depressions in the ground and stuff. So there is a culvert that it goes over initially right when you turn off of Oliver. So that if they did move that, I think they would probably have to do some site planning and some other things, but.
And as far as having something, I'm sorry, I'm probably talking this. Can I talk? Okay, thanks. As far as having something on each side of it, I don't know that Mark would particularly want anything there on the south end. It's because Mr. McAfee's house is so close to it that's the concern, and because the driveway is right there at the property line.
I think even if he just redoes the asphalt, that's gonna help because it's not bouncing cars around and headlights are not bouncing and everything else.
But we're not adding it as
Yeah, yeah.
asphalt.
Yeah.
So the two things, so it's the motion,
Well, they're requesting an additional, 2 additional conditions. One, that trash service be residential cart service, and that a screening fence be required on the property.
So I make a motion that we do the approval with the two conditions.
Second. All right, there's a motion and a second for approval with those two conditions. There's no other discussion. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Motion passes unanimously.
And Philip, those are in addition to the ones that are already.
Yes, those are conditions.
No, you gotta stay the whole time, Mr. Rowe.
You know what? We got one more. I didn't find out what was going in.
I know we'll stay.
These days are probably gonna be easiest for last. We actually tried hard to do this one administratively and.
She made the motion. Joe's second.
So the last one, con 118 is located at 5739 East Central. This is south side of Central, just east of North Edgemore. Property is zoned general office district with covenant number 3. That's what we used to do before protective overlays. They're asking for a personal improvement service. They want to allow for massage therapy in addition to their existing salon. The reason we tried to do this administratively is they already have a conditional use for personal care service, which is allowing them to have the salon.
Did this come through here already?
No, it's next door.
It's next door. We
Yeah.
literally did a property like.
I know.
Yeah, I remember.
Celestial isn't open yet. I want this one too. Go ahead.
So we, yeah.
Andy Patties for everyone.
That law said since they're two separately defined terms in our code, they needed its own conditional use. So this is why we're here. Haven't heard from anybody, so they're just wanting to add massage therapy to their existing salon. It's already GO, it only use care. There's a ton of GO property, you got commercial across the street. What's really interesting about the covenant, I'm gonna dive into this real quickly, just because it was really interesting to bring it into it. When it was rezoned in 1987, they established this covenant over top of it, the city council did, that restricted any development along Central to include any of the properties on the rear so that you wouldn't have parking lots on the residential side of the street, on the back side. Very interesting in recent retrospect. So just very interesting that that was something along East Central. They wanted to prohibit development where if you bought the property behind you, you couldn't develop it cohesively with the property that fronted Central. This isn't changing any of that. That was just more anecdotal. We're kind of locked that one away for any future zone changes that might come up or parking lot requests. So anyway, staff is recommending approval. Comprehensive plan identifies commercial uses. It's been used commercially since I'm almost 40, so not quite 40 years. 1987 was not the great year, the year before that. So
I agree. 86. Great.
So anyway, subject to the conditions that are in the staff report, and that is obtaining all applicable permits and licensing, which massage therapy requires a license in the city of Wichita. And then, conformance with the site plan, their parking doesn't say this doesn't change. They're required to have 6 spaces. They have 6 spaces, things like that. So I haven't heard any public comment on this one. Again, this will go to planning commission on the 13th as well. So I can stand for questions.
Questions from Natalie?
This one's not a creepy one. It's totally fine. I would go there for a massage.
That's helpful to know.
It is. I'm done. I watched those places.
Condition not good to know.
Not a- So I move to accept it.
Second, we gotta go out to the
Sorry.
public first. We got 3 people from the public.
Where is this in relation?
We don't-
Yeah, so this is across the street from the Taco Bell, so you get,
Not the Taco Bell.
okay.
Yeah,
across.
Have your massage first.
And then you have
Then you
to
go
work
eat.
at like here.
How you do?
Sounds good. All right, we'll bring it back to Deb.
I propose we accept.
Motion to approve. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion has been seconded by Joseph. If there's no other discussion, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Pull same sign. Motion passes unanimously.
Thanks, Philip. You made it through.
We still got 2 more hours.
Back to Christina
All right,
and
is
then-
there a motion to adjourn?
Hey, thank you.
Motion has been moved, seconded, all in favor, stand up. We are adjourned.
Oh, Figure out what to do on this.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks.
Wishes.
Thank you so much. Thank you.